welcome you inside the ballpark alongside Mark Gubazat, Erica Weston with you. We hope you all had a wonderful 4th of July. We missed being with you broadcasting Angels baseball, Gooby. It's so glad to be back, and hopefully we've got an encore in store for the Angels to get back into the win column today.
Erica, how great a position this is. With the guys are going by. You got Logan O'Hoppe going by, getting ready. Zach Neto and Jack Kochanowicz getting a little fist pump for everybody to get ready for this game. Tough one yesterday.
Yes.
But they battled back. Joe Adell gave him a chance. I mean, he is unbelievably hot right now with a 15-game hit streak. They battled, but the Jays have been playing really good. They found a way to win again. They had that sweep against the Yankees. First time in their history they swept the Yankees a 4-game set. So they're playing really well. It's going to be up to Jack Kochanowicz and the offense and the defense to win this game today.
Yeah, but that's part of being on a 6-game win streak, Gooby. When you're hot, and sometimes you just find a way to win, and they certainly found a way to win last night.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just put pressure on the defense. A bunt scenario there. A lot of times, for me, when you're a pitcher, as soon as you release the baseball, you go right towards that third base line. And if you have a little bit of slight hesitation, that's when things get sped up on you. And, you know, Sam Bachman's been throwing the ball exceptionally well. Love to see what he's doing. He's in a high-leverage situation. A lot of them already this season for the Halos, but it's one of those plays that's unable to make. But hopefully at some point, be able to kick it back in there, get back in there for him today or tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Angels come into this one this afternoon. Once again, a game under 5. To quite get over that hump as far as getting above 500. It comes down to the little things. Here's what the group said before today's game.
Yeah, just, you know, you gotta execute on the little things. We talked about the multiple different things that, you know, could have changed the course of the game yesterday, and we didn't get them done. And when that happens, whether it's 500 getting to it or getting over it, it's going to cost.
I mean, I just think there's just a few things in each game that we've lost to get us over that hump that if we clean that up, I think that would have taken us there. But I mean, all in all, I'm happy where we're at. You know, I think we're in it, and you know, we just got to keep pushing and winning each pitch, and at least on the offense, just keep passing the baton and doing what we've been doing.
Yeah, just keep playing our game. I feel like we've been doing a pretty good job. You know, not only these past couple of weeks. You know, this whole month. You know, I feel like we've been playing very well. It's just, you know, unfortunate events. You know, yesterday a close game, and you know, one play kind of determined the game. But you know, we're not gonna let that affect us. You know, we kind of flushed it at midnight, come in today with a different attitude. You know, we got a Hall of Fame pitcher pitching on the other side, so you know, we got to be on our A game today, and you know, just come out ready to fight.
The Angels have alternated wins and losses their last 8 games going back to last night, but the losses, they've all been close games.
Yeah, incredibly close games against a very good Toronto Blue Jays team. But by the way, I love that pitcher's reaction there. He knew it right away. It was gone, but I always would. I gave up a home run that long. I didn't even give the courtesy look back, but he did. And he saw, wow, that went 431 feet. But then the bunt play right there, that Sam Bachman unable to make that play. But you know what? You move on as quick as possible. We say that so often about the game of baseball. You have a game the very next day, and hopefully that'll be a situation where the Angels win this, even if it's a close game. And the Angels have been involved in so many one-run games, so many extra inning games so far this season. But credit the Blue Jays for doing the little things to win. Again, when you have a win streak like they have, you have to have some breaks.
And this is a very different looking Blue Jays team than when we saw them back at the Big A in May, Gooby. First place in the American League East. That's the latest in any season since September of 2016. They've sat atop the division, as we mentioned, a season high 6 straight wins, and they're all vibing, pulling on the same rope right now.
And Santander and Varsho aren't even part of this right now, too. And that's the thing. It's me. I really do like their starting pitching. They got a lot of depth there. Their bullpen's been taxed quite a bit. That's going to be a key against Scherzer today, too, is getting into that bullpen a little bit early. But they're playing very good baseball right now. They catch the baseball. They have some solid, really good, solid young players to be able to carry the load.
Have you seen the story about how they stand for each other on the field during the National Anthem?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes, that's pretty cool.
It is very cool.
Yes.
I mean, that's part of what happens when everything is clicking for you. You see these little moments, little bonding moments, and they're doing that on the field.
It's such a long season, Erica. There's a lot of ups and downs. Like we saw those downs when they faced the Halos early in the year, but they're playing really good baseball right now. They're together as a team. I mentioned some of their key guys not even playing right now. A couple other guys banged up, but yet they're still playing well.
Yeah, they certainly are. George Springer has certainly had a lot to do with that as far as the Jays are concerned. How about the hotline swing, though, from Joe Adell, Gooby? He's not just on a hot streak. These two, though, swinging a good bat for both of their respective teams.
Crushing the baseball, and that's the thing that's so impressive about what Joe Adell's doing with that 15-game hit streak, 6 home runs, a 373 batting average during the stretch, and slugging well over 700. So you're talking about crushing the baseball. Take a look at our StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud, where he catches a lot of these pitches that he's hitting well. Some out in front, most of them are going to be breaking balls out in front, but he's allowing the fastball to travel. Remember, early in the season, he struggled with the fastball, so now he's letting it get deeper in the zone. He's hitting it right back up the middle, going the other way, but still a lot of power with those numbers. Mentioned that slugging percentages off the charts right now, and 16 RBIs during this stretch. So he's done everything to be able to put this club in position to talk about the wild card race, and I love what he's doing right now. We've always seen and wondered and hoped for that talent to be on display, and we're starting to see that right now with that batting average over 250. Next home run will be his 20th home run, which will already tie his career high for him. Hopefully that's today.
Yeah, he got his career high in home runs, 20 last season, and we're not even to the All-Star break, and he's got 19. It's unfortunate that well, not unfortunate as far as the All-Star team selections go, but the decisions as far as the coaches and the players, they had to be selected by last Sunday. So whatever he's done over the course of this week won't be considered, but he certainly should be top of mind.
Well, Erica, there's always that outside chance in case if somebody doesn't make the All-Star and can't go there, maybe an injury or something else coming on that maybe he could be at it. But right now, the way he's doing and swinging the bat, and I mean, it's been exceptional moments in which he's hit the baseball as hard as he has. So he certainly should be in consideration, but he just wants to put together good swings, and that's what he's been able to do. He wants to be the consistent player that everyone wanted to see, and they're finally seeing that from him.
So cool. I'm so happy to see that for Joe Adell. George Springer, though, he's been consistent for the entirety of his career. He didn't homer in the game last night, Gooby, but recorded his fourth straight multi-hit game.
I mean, he's Springer Dinger, and we've seen him enough over the years for the Halos, the damage he has done, and he's hitting the baseball so well right now, and he's playing some solid defense. But when you think about numbers from him, it's always a guy that goes from left center to right center. He will pull the ball out of the ballpark, especially early in counts. So he's one of the most productive hitters on that first pitch put in play. So you always got to worry about him. But when you look at overall numbers, his last bunch of games he's been playing, last 25 in 333. The numbers are there, the power is there, defense is there, and his leadership. He's been a winner, and he's starting to bring that on, especially with a lot of these younger players on the team, to be able to show them how to go out there and perform at the highest level.
Well, that's the key, right, Gooby, is that he brings the winning culture, and he is teaching everybody else on this Blue Jays squad how to turn it around and how to win.
And how important every day is. Every game you go out there to perform. Hey, some days aren't going to be great, but you can help the team win a game by getting a bunt down, sacrifice bunt, getting a fly ball in the air, and just making a play in the field. He's been there and done that, and now he's showing these younger guys how to do it themselves.
Well, that's as far as the offense is concerned for both of these teams. How about the pitching matchup we've got on the mound this afternoon? Stick with us, more to come as we get you ready for first pitch from the sixth. Jack Kochanowicz goes in game 2. And he's got a tough assignment on the opposite side of the field in the future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer on the mound for the Jays. We'll dive into that next.
The MLB app. Yeah, it's got game. This game. These games. All the games. Pregame. Postgame. And everything in between. This is baseball your way. With real-time stats, scores, breaking news, and custom content that hits every time. Because you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow. So when they catch it on the field, you catch it on the app.
Some moments are too big to miss.
This place is going wild!
MLB Tonight brings you closer to the biggest plays and reactions from the moments that matter most.
Good to get that win today, but gotta keep going.
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
This is a guy who has MVP-type potential.
Luis Robert is one of the most talented players in the league.
Great nickname, La Pantera.
Can do it anywhere on the field.
He has the potential to be a 30-30 guy that can knock in 95 to 100 runs.
As a fan of the game, there's nobody I enjoy watching in center field than Mr. Luis Robert.
Turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire.
MLB Big Inning, every game night on MLB.tv.
Angels Live on FanDuel Sports Network is brought to you by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. And that would be Joey Chestnut winning the Nathan Hot Dog Eating Contest for the 17th time, Gooby?
Wow.
How many dogs? Just a few.
Just a few. I was wondering if I've always wondered if I could be involved in that, but I don't think so.
I mean, I'm sure somebody could make that happen if you wanted to give it a go. We could put you in a training session.
Hey, I would always give that a shot. You know me, I love hot dogs with a little mustard. If they gave me mustard, I'd be able to do it. Plain hot dogs, it might set me back.
I think that's a little too much as far as getting 70 hot dogs in. Speaking of crushing things, not dogs, but baseballs, Cal Raleigh continuing to crush baseballs. 35 home runs with another yesterday.
I mean, and his primary position is a catcher. I mean, when you go back to his last 3 years, 30 home runs, 34 home runs last year, and now already this home runs. And Seattle did a great job of locking him up long term because as a catcher, he's a Gold Glove winner, Platinum Glove winner there behind the plate defensively. Just a toll on your legs and your body alone, yet you still have 35 home runs hit already this season. We're not even at the All-Star game yet. Yeah, it's well over 80 games, so it's past the halfway point, but these are phenomenal numbers. He's going to, by the end of the year, he'll have the all-time record for home runs by a catcher.
It's unbelievable. It'll be interesting to see who's selected for the All-Star game behind Cal Raleigh, but we turn our attention to the starting pitching in this one, Gooby. The Angels facing a good one in the future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer. He hasn't lost to the Angels since June of 2009. If you look at his career accolades, one of the best of all time in his generation.
Three-time Cy Young Award winner, over 3,400 career strikeouts, 2 no-hitters. That's the thing that always jumps out at me when you think about the no-hitters, the Cy Youngs. He's won world championship. He's been in the big moments, and he's really performed. His stuff is not as crisp as we've seen in the past, but still, that arm angle he throws at, for me, it's always been so deceptive. I've often wondered how he was able to throw as long as he has and put all that pressure he puts on his back and his elbow and his throwing arm. Yet, because he's a big believer in that lower half of his body, we always see him out there doing running, and that's why he's been so successful throughout his career. But my go-to to have some success against him today, hasn't been the case for quite a while against him, is you got to make sure you jump on that first pitch. 444 batting average so far this season, the first pitch, and power his slider. A slugging percentage of 1,500. Versus this slider, 500 batting average and a couple home runs. The slider not as sharp as it's been in the past, so you better get it when it's in the strike zone.
Yeah, recently off the injured list with a thumb injury, but he does have one of his lowest ERAs against the Angels as far as the opponents are concerned. So a first ballot Hall of Famer going up against Jack Kochanowicz, who is finding his way in this league. I know Jack's excited to oppose him on the other side.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, yes, you're not facing him. He's not going to be in the batter's box, but you're also looking at a guy that this is what I want to be in my career. I want to be the guy that's remembered as I dominate with my stuff. I don't worry about what other people tell me what I should throw. That's the thing for me, for Jack Kochanowicz today. Go out and compete with your stuff. As much as we love to see him throw certain pitches more and more, just go with that number one, change it up with the fastballs. My go-tos for him to be successful, really it comes down to is trust in his fastball combo. That's a 2-seam and 4-seam combination. When you look at 38 strikeouts with those combination of fastballs, they keep the changeup down all game long. Every once in a while, we'll get that changeup up. Keep it down, keep that ball on the ground. Keep the ball in the ballpark, which is kind of surprising, the home runs that Jack Kochanowicz has allowed this year, especially when you're a power sinker. I still think it comes down to listening to everybody, telling him what pitches he should throw. Go with the pitches you know you should throw, and that means keeping that sinker down.
Yeah, 15 home runs allowed for Kochanowicz this season. 10 of those have come on the road. So with the weather today, keep the ball into the ballpark this afternoon. All right, stick with us when it comes as we get you ready for first pitch from the 6th. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. back in the lineup for the Jays tonight. He's certainly looking like senior with Vlad. We'll dive into that next.
What's been
Are
Arguably one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in the game.
At 100 miles an hour, Sandy ties a career high 14 strikeouts.
This guy is a difference maker for the Marlins.
He's a staff ace. He wants to take the ball, man. He has been great.
Sandy Alcantara has thrown a complete game shutout.
It's like if I faced you, you got no respect for me.
No.
Exactly.
Morris at the front of the rotations.
And the guy that wanted to finish what he starts.
Shutout for Sandy Alcantara.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today.
This is their chance to have another run. This is their time.
This is the Cubs division to lose this year.
They need to be singing the song quite a bit this year.
That's hammered. Kyle Tucker, welcome to the Cubs. Anthony Swanson.
He's one of the most talented ball players.
Pete Crow Armstrong, what a stud.
Showed to Imanaga, it's about falling in love with him.
Seiya Suzuki with a grand slam.
And this is when you put the pedal to the metal.
I think we got a really good team. The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
We're able to use our platform and let these kids know that dreams are reachable.
It's very important to leave something behind to show our gratitude.
Stand up to cancer.
We are Jackie Robinson.
Together.
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 Angels Live on FanDuel Sports Network is brought to you by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. How about the Suns following in their father's footsteps? Vladimir Guerrero Sr. and Jr., Bo Bichette, his dad Dante, Billy Wagner. I can't even imagine how cool that must be for their kids.
I mean, can you imagine two of the dads are Hall of Famers?
Yes.
And it's Billy Wagner. Congrats on that going into the Hall of Fame this year. You know, Vlad Sr., we knew him so well wearing that Halo uniform. I remember Vlad Jr. at the ceremonies in Cooperstown when he was just so young. Here he is putting up great numbers. Bichette, Dante Bichette, one of the strongest hitters, had incredible numbers in Colorado. But, you know, Bo Bichette is a phenomenal shortstop, too. And he's hit the Halos really, really well in his career. Vlad really was slow to start against the Halos, but Vlad Jr. is starting to hit the ball pretty. Every ball he hits right now is about 110 off the bat.
Yeah,
everything.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah.
Also, like, no pressure, kids. Your dads are Hall of Famers. Yeah. No pressure, but welcome to the show. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has certainly carved his own path. Gooby, he wasn't in the starting lineup for the Jays last night. He is today. He's been dealing with a sore foot, but he's back today.
Yeah, he's in the DH role today. But, I mean, remember, he came up as a third baseman, moved over to first base, won a Gold Glove as a first base. 3 defensive runs saved as a first baseman so far this season. But, I mean, this is an incredible hitter. I mean, his dad would swing at everything. Vlad Sr. would swing at everything. He's a little more selective, but he's not afraid to jump on the first pitch himself like his dad. So hopefully that'll be a scenario where there'll be a lot of quick outs for him today. So he's just dynamic. Hits the ball hard. Just got to keep him on the ground. He hits a lot of ground balls. And when he hits a ground ball at somebody or somebody on base, you have a chance at a double play.
Well, he is going to be here in the 6th with the Jays, continuing to cement his legacy for quite some time. And as we mentioned, back in the lineup for the Jays this afternoon, DHing as we take a look at John Schneider's lineup for game number 2. There he is, coming in.
Yes.
He just looks like, hey, I'm going to crush baseballs.
Yeah, he does. I mean, in this lineup for the Jays, I mentioned a couple of those guys out, but there's a couple of them. We talk about Springer and all the career home runs he has, but Bo Bichette's got excellent numbers in his career versus the Angels, too. So You got some really good power and balance at the top of the order. You know, you got Clement who swung the bat really well for him down at that bottom part of the lineup. So, and Will Wagner, you know, we mentioned him, Billy Wagner being his dad, but that's when you get to that bottom part of the lineup there for the Jays, you got to make sure you get them out before that slips over to the top of the order.
Yeah, it's dangerous with George Springer, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right there. I mean, Alejandro Kirk, you can't overlook him too. He's been putting together a solid number as of late as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough one, Erica, here today. I think when this game here today, Scherzer on the mound, his success against the Halos, though he hasn't thrown the ball as well this year. You know, I just feel that Jack Ohana wants to take that next step, and that's going to be very, very important for him today, especially with a lot of the high leverage guys pitching last night. And for the Halos tonight, pretty much the same thing. And the Angels, we talk about how well they play. They're right around that 500 mark. Mike Trout has not had any Mike Trout streaks yet. I mean, he's hit the ball well, but he's due to do that real soon. And Logan O'Hoppe does have a couple of home runs against Max Scherzer. I still think I'm going to make my call here today, by the way.
Okay, here we go. It worked the other day.
I'm going Zach Neto going yard.
Okay, okay. Yes. Well, speaking of going yard, Max Scherzer allowed a long ball to Mike Trout. Gooby, this was July 19th, 2012. Outside of that, though, that's been a tough matchup for Trout in his career.
Yeah, but for me, with Mike Trout right now, because he's let a couple of those sliders go to the plate. I mentioned how the slider has been hit pretty hard for Scherzer. If he throws him a slider, be ready to jump on that first pitch. Historically in his career, when he hasn't done a lot. When he has put the first pitch in play, generally it's a power swing. But I'm still feeling that top of the order with Neto is going to get him. He's got so many great pitchers in his young career. I think he gets Scherzer today.
Why not? Why not add a future Hall of Famer? We talked about, what is it? Justin Verlander is one of them. Framber Valdez in Houston. He's got a long list of
all these good
Dylan
ones.
Cease, I think so. So he just fights with an edge when he's got those guys on.
He does. He goes, you know what? I want that on my bubblegum card down the road. I got all these guys.
All right, stick with us. We're getting closer to first pitch here from the A. This series so far has been highlighted by some fireworks. We'll show you that next.
A PC.
We got it up in the air. 'Cause it's the party. We having fun here. 'Cause it's the party. Oh my. This guy is next level. Oh my goodness.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
What a moment. This is the show that never ends.
This guy is the entire package.
Struck him out. My goodness.
He has a weapon for every hitter.
Good luck. 99.
And what I like most about him, he pitches with an attitude.
They're still on their feet for Postgame.
Everyone wants to watch this guy.
Must-see TV for me.
6'7", top 5 exit velo, #1 arm in the sport.
There's a cruise missile. More fireworks.
He can go out there to center field, relax, and I think this is a 30-30 guy this season.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Good morning. Love spending our day with you.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Let your swing get you back to 50-50.
Interviews with the players.
Games. This is game-changing, people.
If I ever get the chance to do this, I'm never saying no.
And a little bit.
It's a scam. No one's that happy.
This is a look.
Of everything else. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
So far this season series tied at 2 games apiece, but this season series so far highlighted by late inning heroics.
Hakuna Matata on that one there. I mean, these games have been real tight versus the Jays so far this season. Evenly matched so far for both clubs. Getting those key hits, key swings, key pitches in to be able to win some of these games so far.
That was May 6th, Moncada with a big home run, part of a 6-run 8th inning. This one on May 7th, the walk-off by Jorge Soler the next time.
Oh, this is the great base running and break down the line there for Soler to be able to drive in all three that kicked away. I think we had the Angels in the outfield there helping away that baseball to get back in that corner and be able to walk it off against the Jays again.
Handed Jeff Hoffman the first blown save of the season. And then, Gooby, last night it was the Blue Jays' turn to walk it off.
Yeah, they did it a little bit different than the Halos did in those first two, but they worked a bunt put the pressure on the defense there, and Sam Bachman unable to make that play. Tried to get to it quickly, tried to get that out at first base. It could probably eventually be able to set up and walk to load the bases, but instead the Jays ran it off on that high throw to first base.
That is part of their 6-game win streak, and that has turned the AL East standings a little bit on its head, Gooby, because the Blue Jays, after sweeping the Yankees earlier this week, they're sitting on top of the American League East.
It's still pretty amazing the Jays have played as well. They're missing a couple key components, especially from their outfield play here of late. And even Vlad and even Bichette there were out a few of the games, but yet they're up on the Yankees at this moment, and no one would have thought that was going to be the case.
Best team in baseball since the end of May, or at least one of them. Let's take a look at the American League wild card standings. The Angels certainly trying to fight their way into playoff positioning, Gooby. They're 2.5 games back of that final wild card spot.
And we keep saying you just got to take care of your own business. That's why this game is so important today, to get back to 500 and hopefully get over 500 tomorrow and pick up some games on the guys ahead of you. So just keep playing good, consistent baseball. That's what you have to do as you get closer. Obviously, we're getting into the All-Star breaks. It's right around the corner. Get a little bit closer and hopefully be right there at the end.
It feels really good to charge into that All-Star break above 500. All right, your key to the game tonight, Gooby.
Well, anytime we're in Toronto, I always got to go rush. Free will. In other words, go up there against Max Scherzer today and swing at your pitch, because he has so many assortment of pitches to get you out. Over 3,400 career strikeouts for Max Scherzer, the future Hall of Famer. So swing at your pitch. Make it free will, whatever pitch you want to hit.
Maybe Geddy Lee in the house today, possibly?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
So?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
You put in a call. You had your people call his people. All right, that's going to do it for this Angels Live pregame from north of the border. Coming up, first pitch from the 6. Wayne Randazzo, Mark Gubicza on the call. We're so happy to be back with you on this 5th of July. Enjoy the game. We'll see you throughout the afternoon from Toronto.
SexRx by Hims is a range of daily ED treatments customized to do more, if prescribed. Treatment includes medication for sexual health, plus an added benefit like testosterone support, or fuller hair, or vitality, and more. Doctor trusted and delivered discreetly to your door. Feel prepared at any moment, and your best in all the rest. Find your SexRx at hims.com.
Don't know where to start? Thumbtack knows. Get recommendations for all your home projects. Hire the right pro today.
My wife told me my hair was thinning, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs.
Let's go, baby.
I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks. So I did some research and found Nutrafol, which was cool because I had no idea there was a supplement for hair.
I liked that it was drug-free and then it was clinically tested.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
Nutrafol has just given me more confidence, which allows me to carry myself a little taller.
It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com/men.
Kings and Angels.
Coming to you today from the lovely city of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's the Los Angeles Angels and the Toronto Blue Jays from Rogers Centre here on a Saturday afternoon in Canada. Alongside Mark Gubicza, I'm Wayne Randazzo, and Gooby, the Angels had a tough 10-inning loss last night, trying to regroup and get back to that old 500 mark again today.
Yeah, Wayne, I'll tell you, it's been a battle to get over that 500 mark. Now it's to try to get back to 500 against a future Hall of Famer and Max Scherzer on the mound, but they played well. Joe Adell's been swinging the bat so well, gave the Halos a chance to win that game yesterday.
Joe Adell drove in all 3 runs the Angels had last night, and Adell has been on some kind of spark here over the last few weeks.
Yeah, 15-game hitting streak, and not only the base hits, you're talking about some serious power. 6 home runs, 16 RBIs, but a slugging percentage of .729 batting average. You think about it, over his last 35 games, 13 home runs. So it's been a long stretch where Joe Adell has hit every pitch from fastballs to breaking balls, using the entire field exceptionally well, and he has been a guy you want at the plate for some damage.
He's certainly been the best hitter in the lineup really over the last month plus, dating back really to the end of May, as Joe Adell continues to lead the way for this Angels offense, hoping to get some help today against a future Hall of Famer. Right? Wherever Max Scherzer is at this point in his career, is 40 years old now. He still has a pedigree like no one else.
Yeah, Wayne, it's always fun to watch him compete. I mean, he can mix and match his pitches so well. 3-time Cy Young Award winner. He's made the All-Star team 8 different times. Strikeouts at 34-19. That's 11th most in Major League Baseball history. You know, he's led the National League in wins 4 times, strikeouts 3. So he's done it all. And, by the way, 2 no-hitters and 2 World Series titles.
And 2 different colored eyes, you know.
Yes, he does. And I'll tell you, when he's got a bunch of different types of pitches to get you to punch out, too. That's the thing that's so impressive. His fastball, he can still run in there in the mid-90s, but he's got that good cutter, his curveball, slider, changeup. He's around the strike zone. He's very deceptive in his delivery, but he's going to be in attack mode all the time. One of the best competitors I've ever seen.
Missed a lot of time with a thumb injury this year. It'll be just his 4th start this season for the Blue Jays, up against Jack Kochanowicz here today on a lovely day in Toronto. What a beautiful place. We'll have the Angels and the Blue Jays coming up.
If you're a Rockies fan, they've got some young talent. Pretty dynamic, everyday position club.
Starting to see some young guys with some serious talent. There's some speed and there's some pop.
I mean, I always keep a little chip on my shoulder.
He made the catch. Crazy range, rocket arm.
They just need to have some guys that have breakout years. There's potential there to have that.
They're going to be competitive in every game.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network.
This is a guy who has MVP-type potential.
Luis Robert is one of the most talented players in the league.
Great nickname, La Pantera. He has the potential to be a 30-30 guy that can knock in 95 to 100 runs.
As a fan of the game, there's nobody I enjoy watching in center field than Mr. Luis Robert.
Did he do it? Oh my goodness, what a play!
An absolute beast unleashed.
You are unbelievable.
Racking them up, all I do is win. Spot that hashtag like a boss, yeah, that's how I roll. Keep on nailing and never miss a back, enjoy the show.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network.
For the Angels and the Blue Jays here this afternoon at Rogers Center, which is starting to fill up. There's so much going on around here in Toronto on this area specifically that you never know if the fans are coming in or going somewhere else.
Yeah, there's always something going on. I expect this place to be packed here today. It's a beautiful day here in Toronto.
Angels lineup brought to you by Theodore Robbins Ford with Zach Neto leading off. Then it's Kochanowicz and Trout. Taylor Ward batting in the cleanup spot. Joe Adell has been unbelievably good, hitting fifth. Soler, then Ohapi, Rengifo, and Chad Stevens still looking for his first major league hit. Maybe it'll come today against a future Hall of Famer. It's Max Scherzer on the mound for Toronto.
Yeah, and he's throwing the ball really, really well in his career versus the Halos. 5-1 in his career. The ERA 2.3. Zach Neto going to be up there. He's hit some home runs off some big-time pitchers in his career. Maybe it is today. It's against Max Scherzer. And my go-tos to have success against Scherzer today. Hasn't been a lot of success of late, but maybe today it all turns around. You've got to be ready and jump on the first pitch. A batting average of 444 with a home run on the first pitch put in play this season, and then power his slider. 500 batting average against the slider so far in this early season for him. 2 home runs and a slugging percentage of 1,500 on his slider.
And his first pitch today is swung and missed by Zach Neto on a cutter from Scherzer, who will be 41 years old in 20 days. Later this month, Max Scherzer will turn 41, as he certainly has established himself as one of the great pitchers of all time. 1 ball, 1 strike, 3,419 career strikeouts, is 11th in history. He has the 5th highest strikeout rate in history, strikeouts per 9 innings, and the 7th highest strikeout to walk ratio in history. Lays that fastball in there.
Flips that baseball when he gets that baseball on the pitching rubber. I mean, he's always has his routines. And he's generally always mentioned, always around the strike zone too, even though he has that punch out capability.
And tremendous competitor and just an unbelievable guy to talk pitching with, as he hits Zach Neto with that 1-2 fastball.
After a couple fastballs thrown, the first cutter and then 3 straight fastball. This one up and in hits Zach Neto, something he's been hit a few times in his career. It's right in that tricep area.
So Neto gets on base, hit by a pitch for the 38th time in his career. He was hit by 16 each of the last 2 seasons. Only 6 so far this year. Kochanowicz pops one to shallow left. George Springer playing the outfield today makes the catch for the first out of the game.
Yeah, used to seeing him in right field, even center field, or playing left field here today. Pointing into the dugout after he was able to get that first play. Springer, Lucas out in center, Barger out in right field, but you got Kirk behind the plate, one of the most dynamic defenders. He's got 5 defensive runs saved in that defensive position he's thrown out. 15 base runner, 29%. He controls the strike zone very, very well. Bichette at shortstop. Guerrero DH, not first base today.
You know, Scherzer still has kind of a high leg kick. He's not exactly quick to home plate here. You do have Kirk to contend with behind the plate, but Scherzer makes it a little easier to steal.
And especially because generally he throws quite a few of those breaking balls too. You just got to pick the right count. It looks like Neto looks like he's ready to run.
And it's Mike Trout at the plate against Scherzer. A couple of Hall of Famers dueling here, as Trout lines one to left field and has a base hit. Trout has not had a lot of success against Scherzer. Only his 4th career hit and 17 at bats, plus 10 strikeouts. But Trout makes some contact here and lines a single.
Yeah, it wasn't the patented 100+ mile-an-hour exit velocity for Trout, but he'll take this. He needs to get on a roll for the Halos. Maybe that's the kind of swing that will get him on the roll. As a cutter down on the inner half, just muscled it into the outfield. Now you have a chance to score early here against Scherzer.
Well, chances to score were certainly an issue for the Angels last night. Not necessarily the chances, but taking advantage of them. The Angels are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position and left 8 men on base last night. Here is Taylor Ward, the team's RBI leader. He had a good pitch to hit here and fouled it back. So the Angels got one big hit yesterday from Joe Adell, a 3-run homer. Other than that, they squandered some chances to take leads and do more with their offense than what they did.
And even late in the game, they had some opportunities too, especially when you knew Kenley Jansen was coming in there at some point.
No balls and a strike on Ward as Scherzer gets that cutter over. Scherzer's been throwing the cutter more so far this year. Only a few starts for him this season. Missed about 3 months with that thumb injury. But when he has been in there, that cutter has been more in his repertoire than usual.
Yeah, it makes his fastball a little bit better. It's not quite upper 90s like it used to be.
No balls, 2 strikes on Taylor Ward. And a bouncer foul. Hard not to think about Taylor Ward and what happened here a couple of years ago when he was facing Alek Manoah and got hit in the face on a weekend afternoon game.
Yeah. You know, you're always thinking about those things. So far, a couple of these pitches in a sequence against Taylor Ward. That was that slider. It's been hit pretty hard this year. That stayed right on the inner half.
No balls, 2 strikes here on Ward. The ground ball hits softly towards short. Bichette surrounds it, has some trouble getting it out of his glove, and everybody's safe.
That's why I need those breaks, and that was one of those ones right there. Caught in between throwing to second, maybe even throwing to third, and then a little indecision allows him, Taylor Ward, to beat that one out. Good jump there by Neto. No play was going to be at third base. Be able to beat that one out. A big opportunity for Joe Adell right away.
They're calling that a fielder's choice. Bases loaded for Joe Adell, a 15-game hitting streak. And it's ball one. Pitch that looked like it had some of the zone there. Adell's a big guy, too.
Seemed to be a lot of the zone on that one.
And Dan Merzel is the home plate umpire. How is that a fielder's choice, by the way? It's either a hit or an error, isn't it?
Exactly. 1 of the 2. That'll be changed.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 1 ball, no strikes on Adell. He has a 15-game hitting streak, and he had a big cut at that. It was last night when Adell absolutely ransacked the pitch from Matt Lauer, from Nick Sandlin, excuse me.
Yeah, 431 last night. He's had 6 home runs over 430 feet this season.
So they do give Taylor Ward a base hit. And now with the bases loaded, it's Joe Adell. Waving and missing on a curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Adell's been one of the best hitters in baseball dating back to May 31st. He has a 1077 OPS in that time. He has hit 13 home runs, and he's batted .313. It's not just been the long ball that's been Joe Adell's calling card here of late. 1 ball, 2 strikes with the bases full. He takes ball 2, laying off that cutter that dashed away.
He's been real good, Wayne, with 2 strikes, too. And he's been using a big part of the field. And we mention his name often, especially when you come up here to Toronto. And Pat Tabler's that middle of the field, drive in, 1-run mentality. Makes it so effective with the bases loaded.
Now the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Adell. He takes ball 3, laying off another pitch out of the zone. So now Scherzer's going to have to come into Adell here. 19 home runs on the season, 1 shy of his career high of 20. He's driven in 50, and he has been on an enormous roll. This Blue Jay crowd trying to support Scherzer as Adell calls time. A hit by a pitch. Got Neto on base. Consecutive singles from Trout and Ward have loaded the bases. And here's Adell with a 3-2 count with the bases loaded in the first. And he takes ball 4 to walk in a run.
That's a good at-bat. What a great at-bat by Joe Adell. 3 pitches in a row that were not strikes. The first pitch of the sequence was definitely a strike. And those 3 in a row out of the strike zone did not go out and help him. That's when you're seeing the baseball well. Bottom line is you're facing a future Hall of Famer, so you think he's going to be around the strike zone. You're more apt to be a little bit more aggressive, and Chase did not do it.
The Angels have a lead for the first time in this series, 1-0 as they go ahead here on the Blue Jays. Now it's Jorge Soler facing Scherzer. Soler 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts against him. I'm just cautious to even talk about the head-to-head matchup all time against Scherzer because he's changed a lot as a pitcher over the last few years as he's gotten older. A big cut from Soler as he fouled that one straight back.
Yeah, it was a pitch right there to do some damage. That was a cutter that stayed kind of flat to the barrel of the bat.
The Angels have only beaten Scherzer one time. It was back in June of 2009 when he was still with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That feels like forever ago. Soler late as he fouls one off. The Angels won a 12-8 game in Arizona on that date in 2009. Matt Palmer got the win for the Halos. Gary Matthews Jr. had 3 RBIs. That's the only time they've ever beaten Scherzer. No balls, 2 strikes. Soler looks that one downstairs. Scherzer at this stage in his career not able to put away hitters the way that he used to. This is the guy with the 11th most strikeouts ever.
But he's always so competitive. You know you're in for a battle every at bat against him.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Soler takes ball 2 on the changeup. He's throwing everything he can to try to get through these hitters here. But he lost Adele with the bases loaded, and now he's even with Soler.
We saw that theme down in Atlanta too. We did those games down there. Remember, we had a lot of pitches thrown by the starting pitcher in the first inning. Scherzer with quite a few here already in the first inning.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Jorge Soler. This will be the 22nd pitch of the inning for Scherzer. And Soler with a fly ball to right field. See if it's deep enough. Trout tagging at third. It's caught by Barger. Here comes Trout to the plate. It's a good throw. Trout is out. It's a double play to win the inning as Trout gets thrown out at home on a 1-off strike by Addison Barger.
What a perfect throw. Boy, that foot was real close to getting in there.
Man, these seats.
Right? I wonder how the other guys are doing.
I spent hours finding a deal on these.
Trash. You should have used Game Time. The easiest way to find only the best deals for the best seats with their Game Time picks.
What time is it?
Game Time. Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or Glide Step wide fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance, available wherever you get your podcasts. Turn on MLB Tonight's all-new national pregame show live at 5 as Greg, Harold, and Dan preview all the night's matchups.
Premier talent. I'm just excited to put any pair of cleats on.
MLB Tonight's national pregame show, weekdays on MLB Network.
Kochanowicz will take that lead with him here into the home half.
So important to go back to trust in his stuff, especially that being that fastball, keeping it down. My go-tos for Kochanowicz have a solid game here today against the Jays and pick up that W here. He was first against the Jays. The go-tos for him today, it's got to have trust in the fastball combo. That means that sinker and slider. He's got 38 punch-outs with it, but also keep that changeup down the entire game. 15 strikeouts, 267 batting average. You got to keep that down. Keep the ball on the ground here today. Baseball's going to carry real well here. The roof open and a warm afternoon.
The Blue Jays have been scoring a lot of runs to begin with. Nathan Lucas is their leadoff batter and center fielder today. As Kochanowicz tosses in a strike at 96 miles an hour. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. back in there, was not in the lineup last night. He's the DH today. Bo Bichette batting in the cleanup spot. Addison Barger has been swinging the bat well. He made a good play to end the top of the first. There's a liner through from Lucas. As the Blue Jays get it going right away, leadoff single.
Yeah, right back up the middle on that fastball. That was a four-seamer. First pitch was a sinker. This is a fastball that was elevated a little bit and out over the plate.
brings up George Springer. There's certainly some star power on this Blue Jay team, but it's been the surrounding cast that has really heightened Toronto's roster over the last several weeks. I mean, you look at this run the Blue Jays are on right now. They are 12 games above 500. They have taken over first place in the American League East. They have won 6 straight games overall. But in their last 34 games, they have won 24. And they have scored a lot of runs to get there.
Springer's rolled into 9 double plays, and Kochanowicz at 14 turned behind him.
Springer tied up on that fastball that gets to the inside corner. 0-2 on a red-hot George Springer. The Blue Jays in general are pretty hot. 50 wins at this stage in the season. It's the fastest they've done it since they won the World Series in 1992, the first of their 2 back-to-back titles. Springer fouls one off, and in an American League that is ripe for the picking, there is certainly an opportunity for a team to get hot and make their way within their own division, and of course within the league itself. And the Blue Jays are taking advantage of that opportunity right now. No balls, 2 strikes on Springer, hitting .512 in his last 12 games. He lines this one toward right center, but it's Soler coming in. 1 out. Guerrero will be the batter. We'll watch the end of the top of the first, though, as Barger made the catch. A strong throw, and in Trout's case here, trying to slide around the tag, but he went around the plate instead.
Yeah, I mean, Barger did a real good job of getting in throwing position, but unable to get around that tag. And Kirk's so good with everything with the glove, whether it's framing pitches or catching throws from the outfield. But Trout went in there with feet first and was unable to get around that tag by Kirk.
And his feet around the plate as Vladimir Guerrero hits one hard and threw a base hit to left. So Lucas will go to second base. Guerrero back in the lineup today as a 1-out single. The Blue Jays with a couple of runners here.
It's 114 miles per hour. We were talking about that with Erica in the pregame show, how many baseballs he'll hit on the ground. But he hits it so hard, it's got to be at an infielder.
Now, this team hits the ball hard, and they hit the ball, period. Not a lot of strikeouts in this lineup for Toronto, as Bo Bichette is the batter here.
And a lot of these guys are really in attack mode first pitch.
There's a strike to Bichette, who has hit into 7 double plays this year. And looking at this roster, the guy with the most strikeouts on the team right now is Springer with 65. I mean, there are some guys around the league that have over 100 already, and the most on the Blue Jays is 65. It's a long way off from the league leaders. As Bichette loops one towards shallow right center. Tough play. Stevens backing up, makes the catch on the run.
What a play. Turned his body just enough with that sunshine. A play by Stevens. Good job going back. Stevens went back on it, under control. Knew he was going to be the one that has to make that play on it, and he did so. Love that angle going back. Reaches up, a tall frame, used it all to catch that pop-up.
Nice play there by Stevens in his 3rd major league game here tonight since the injury to Christian Moore. He's played second base. Here is Barger with 2 outs. This is the 2nd time that Jack Kochanowicz has pitched here at Rogers Center. Worked in a game last year against the Blue Jays that ended thanks to a walk-off home run by Barger. It's this ball sharply on the ground and through. It's a base hit to score Lucas. Guerrero to third base. 3 singles here in the first. Get the Blue Jays on the board.
Just like that, they respond right back and tie the game up. Another base hit of 111 off the bat. So hard hit ground balls getting through.
This guy Barger is a good player. You know, we didn't know much about him when the Angels saw him last year as he was just getting into the major leagues. They put some good at-bats together at Angel Stadium earlier this year as well. And he's having quite a season for a guy that is really under the radar, and Addison Barger.
The OPS of 838. Made a big impact already in the first inning. A perfect throw to the plate to double up Trout and an RBI single.
Well, he's only 25 years old. I mean, he's someone that you don't hear a lot about, but he has done a nice job for the Blue Jays, and he's a versatile player too. Runners on the corners with 2 outs for Alejandro Kirk. As he bounces one up the middle, it's Stevens who grabs it and takes it to the bag at second to end the inning. Each team gets a run in the first.
Everything about PXG totally changed my game. The whole experience that PXG brings is top-notch. They make the best equipment and really tailor it to your swing. I've seen great results. The forgiveness, the workability definitely makes the game a lot easier. I hit 15 yards farther, and it's going straighter. The joy and the great feeling of seeing the ball get in the hole is pretty special. Yeah, you should go get fitted.
PXG, you've never played like this before.
Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. Call 844-6LeafGuard right now for 75% off installation plus $200 off your purchase. LeafGuard, get it today. Protected for life.
Hitting. The Angels have been one of the toughest teams to shut down against this year after their opponent scores.
No, they usually just come right back, and not only do they score right, they usually score a couple of runs or more after the opponent scores some runs. This is really important, especially the way they came out swinging the bats. The Jays hit the ball on the ground against Kochanowicz. Hit the ball pretty hard. This infield is incredibly quick.
There's still some kind of a different turf here at Rogers Center, not the artificial AstroTurf that it once was, but not exactly real grass either. Here under a roof a lot of the time. Actually had the roof closed pregame today because they didn't want to heat up the turf, they said.
But trust me, down there in the pregame show, it was toasty.
It was already heated up.
Yes.
Yeah, the roof's only been open for about an hour. Logan O'Hoppe is at the plate here, leading off in the second.
For a while they were talking about putting natural grass here.
Well, they have made a lot of changes here, that's for sure. You look around the outfield deck here at Rogers Center, and everything is pretty much a new territory.
Clubhouses, the workout rooms, the weight room, the home side is unreal. The whole lower bowl is great.
O'Hoppe swings and misses. Yeah, they've pretty much redone everything here as far as the seating arrangement, especially in the outfield with the different sorts of areas for people to socialize, exactly like it says. That's kind of what they were thinking about here. As O'Hoppe strikes out against Scherzer, the first strikeout of the day, adding to the big number for the future Hall of Famer.
Hyundai key for the game today. Every time in Toronto, you got to go rush. Free Wilson, in other words, against Scherzer, because he's throwing a few more different type of pitches. You got to be hitting a pitch in your zone.
Your guy Geddy Lee.
Yes, he is. I'm hoping he's here today.
I hope so. For your benefit.
Yes.
I don't really care if he's here.
He really feels bad.
One out here.
You're going to play roll the bones with him. He's going to play with you right now.
Luis Renifo looks at a strike. Max Scherzer now 3,420 career strikeouts, a three-time Cy Young winner. In 2015, he threw 2 no-hitters. One was almost a perfect game. Really, they both almost were. Renifo fouls one back, but the one was a perfect game through 8 2/3 innings. Then he hit a batter with 2 outs in the 9th before finishing the no-hitter. The other no-hitter, he had 17 strikeouts against the Mets, including 9 consecutive at one point. One of just 6 pitchers in history to throw 2 no-hitters in a season. Of course, Nolan Ryan did that for the Angels in 1973. Another strikeout for Scherzer. This one gets Renifo looking.
Got the backdoor curveball. Mentioned all those different pitches he will throw. That's why you were hoping to get a few more runs against him there in that first inning before he settles down, and he settled down in this inning again. The first inning so far of the season, he allowed in 3 innings pitched 3 runs, including a couple home runs in the first inning.
Here's Chad Stevens hoping for his first major league hit against the future Hall of Famer. Stevens swings through that. Former draft pick of the Astros out of the University of Portland. He's from the Pacific Northwest, went to Gig Harbor High School in Washington State.
Well, last year Wagaman got his first major league hit against Verlander. With the halos there.
See if Stevens can work out of this 0-2 hole. He's 0 for 6 to start his big league career. He's hitting the ball well at AAA. The 307 there with 14 home runs. But Scherzer makes short work of him here. As Max Scherzer, as he often has, strikes out the side.
If you know luxury, it's not just award-winning, it's rewarding. Saatva Mattresses supports all types of sleepers. Luxury is handcrafted and assembled in American factories and brought directly to you with our complimentary in-home delivery and setup service. Which is why over 90% of customers would recommend Saatva to friends and family. Saatva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort from the traditions that help define it, and the confidence from having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. Now, we might not need more people in the West, but would it hurt to have a little more West in the people?
Hit streak to 15 games last night with that big game time blast in the 7th inning. Also 6 straight games for Joe Adell with an RBI. That's a new career high for the Joe Show. So is this a hot streak for Joe, or is this sustainable for Joe? And if you ask Angels interim manager Ray Montgomery, he is completely over the hot streak. He said before the game today, it's not a hot streak. This is just a product of all of the work that Joe has been putting in. Too much quality it's been grounded in. I think that this is just who he is coming into his own, having some success based on the work that he has done. Now, the all-star teams, the rest of them will be announced tomorrow. Ray Montgomery says you understand the competition you're up against with the outfielders, but certainly there's a chance he has to be into consideration. Now, the work that Joe has done this week, not part of that. The coaches and players submitted their ballots last week, but you have to imagine Joe is a topic of conversation based on what he has put together as of late.
I mean, even that first at bat was an indication how good of a hitter he's got going right now. It just takes 3 pitches in a row out of the strike zone, works a walk, ends up getting an RBI out of it against Max Scherzer.
He has the 5th highest OPS among American League outfielders for the season. Aaron Judge is first, he's already in. George Springer is second, he'll be in. Riley Green is third, he's already in. Byron Buxton is fourth, he'll be in. 3 balls and a strike on Wagner. And a bouncer right up the middle over the bag at second, and Neto for the first out. So Judge, Springer, Green, and Buxton will make it. 2 of them already have. And there's, I would think, at least going to be 1 more outfielder that will be added, if not 2. In that case, who else can you make a case for besides Joe Adell? You can make a case for Wilyer Abreu of the Red Sox, although he has a lower OPS. He has a lower slugging percentage. He has a lower on-base percentage. He has fewer home runs and fewer RBIs.
So that's not much of a case then.
So you can make a case for Willie Abreu, but he's not as good of a case as Adele. You can kind of make a case for Cam Smith, although rookies don't tend to make it anyway. There is no other case. He should be on the All-Star team.
You also talk a little bit about Taylor Ward, what he has done as far as the home runs and extra base hits. What, 42 extra base hits and all those RBIs too, but batting average about 40 points higher.
And the OPS 60 points higher. It would be really an upset at this point if they take 3 or 4 outfielders as reserves and Joe Adele is not one of them.
Agreed.
The guy who's 6th in OPS is Trent Grisham of the Yankees, 828 behind Adele. Grisham has fewer homers, fewer RBIs, better defender, but I think the case for Joe Adele is very strong, even with the ballots submitted or whatever.
You hear the OPS at home. It's the on-base percentage and slugging percentage show. I mean, he's done a lot really well so far this year.
Ernie Clement is the batter here. Chops one right at Luis Renifo, playing near at third. And a couple of ground ball outs to start the inning for Jack Kochanowicz.
This time he's taking a little bit of sting off those ground balls. The ground balls in the first inning got through holes.
Number 9 batter for the Blue Jays is Davis Schneider, playing second base. We saw Andres Jimenez leave yesterday's game with an ankle injury. He needs an MRI today. No word yet on his status.
Varsho, Jimenez, Santander not in the lineup for the Jays yet. They're still swinging the bats really, really well.
I know those other guys are injured. You mentioned Santander and Varsho. Schneider turns on one. They've just had a really good supporting crew this year. It has been remarkable what the Blue Jays, not named Springer or Guerrero or Bichette, have done. Think about this team, and those are the guys that are supposed to carry it. They have in some ways, especially Springer's been their best player. Schneider hooks one foul, but these guys that are lesser known, the Ernie Clements and Nathan Lucases and Addison Bargers of the world, have done their part and then some.
And then they got really, I think, really solid starting pitching too.
One ball, 2 strikes. They do have a good starting staff. Scherzer's back now, but Chris Bassett, Kevin Gausman, and Jose Barrios, they spent a lot of money to get this starting rotation right, and it has been for the Blue Jays this year. Bowden Francis did not have a very good start to his year. He's on the IL right now. There's a drive to left from Schneider. He's been trying to hit one a long way this whole at bat, and finally flies out.
Yes,
to end the
he
inning.
has. He's been trying to power it.
1, 2, 3 for Kochanowicz.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
We got our hands up in the air, 'cause it's the party. We having fun here, 'cause it's the party.
Oh my, this guy is next level. Oh my goodness.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
What a moment! This is the show that never ends.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance. What?
Boom. Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball. I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping.
You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem.
Catch up on all the baseball action with a triple play. Kevin Millar, Ryan Dempster, and Sierra Santos. 3 hosts joined by baseball's biggest stars for the best interview in baseball. Intentional Talk. Weekdays only on MLB Network.
Famer Max Scherzer, when you look at what he has thrown this season, take a look at our StatCast feed powered by Google Cloud. 4-seam fastball at 46%, curveball 17, cutter 15. A lot of changeups, a few sliders in there too. That's been hit pretty hard. Not as many sinkers will throw a lot of, but his changeup more so, and cutter this season. Not a lot of pitches thrown so far this year for Scherzer, but he has mixed it up.
His career numbers against the Angels. Mentioned the one time he lost was in 2009 when he was still with Arizona. Zach Neto inside outs, one foul. Scherzer struck out the side in the second on 10 pitches. The first pitch was a ball, and then he struck out the side from there on the remaining 9 pitches in the inning. Close to immaculate. As Neto loops one to left and has a base hit, he's on base for the second time. Max Scherzer has already had 3 immaculate innings in his career. He is tied with Chris Sale and Sandy Koufax for the most in Major League history.
He's unreal.
Still going strong at age 40. Getting paid $15 million by the Blue Jays this year and $15 million by the Washington Nationals this year. Last year,
was Bobby Bonilla.
Well, last year he got paid $58 million by the Rangers, the Mets, and the Nationals. He got paid by 3 different teams last year. A ball's and a strike on Kochanowicz. Grounded toward first off the glove of Wagner. His only play will be at first now. 1 out as Neto goes to second base. Mike Trout had a base hit against Scherzer his first time today, and we'll flash you back to time Trout took him deep.
Long time ago, 2012. For Trout went down and got that breaking ball. Base hit would give the Halos the lead here.
Trout and Scherzer here today in Toronto. As Trout fouls one back. Our Kia player profile on Mike. Highest career WAR amongst all active players. Trout at the top of the list. Every guy on that list a Hall of Famer. Mookie Betts too.
Absolutely.
Well, Mookie's had a kind of a tough year. His OPS around 700 right now. He has only hit 7 homers.
They really put that weight back on. He lost in spring training and on his way over to Japan.
Real what the Dodgers are doing, considering they've lost about 1 million pitchers. Mookie Betts is not having a good year, and they're 56-33. They have by far the best record in baseball.
They didn't have fun last night, though.
They did not. The Astros took them to school yesterday.
I'm sure they really enjoy that, the fans there, and the Astros coming to town.
It's not like Oral Hershiser was having a good time, at least. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's right. One and 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Trout, who had a base hit his first time. Thrown out at home, though, on that play from Addison Barger to end the first. Neto takes off for third. He'll steal that easily as Trout takes ball 3 on a pitch that was close.
15th stolen base this year for Neto. They forced the infield in. Looks like they're coming in now. That's a pretty close pitch, too.
Sounds like there was some barking from the Toronto dugout.
They're saying good jump, Neto.
Infield in for the Blue Jays now with the go-ahead run to third as Scherzer steps off. Scherzer himself does not argue much with umpires. He says he doesn't feel like that's his place to really argue balls and strikes.
It's really tough to ever get anything when you're barking from the mound. At home plate, you can get away with a little bit.
It's ball 4 to Trout, so Scherzer lost him. And that puts men on the corner. Second walk issued by Scherzer today, and it'll bring up Taylor Ward. Ward with a base hit his first time up.
Playing halfway in, it looks like. I think he can do that, especially how quick this infield is. Although Bichette's going a little bit further back. Now they're playing Double play depth.
Yeah, everybody backs up now. Ward with an infield hit his first time. It's a called strike. Trout was running pretty well on that play at the plate. He got up to 29 feet per second. Just a little bit under elite speed. So as far as Trout's fastest sprint times this year, it's right up there with him.
Starting to get there a little bit. Even that hustle double down there in Atlanta.
The ball's one strike here on Taylor Ward.
Whew. It's another close pitch. Kirk didn't like that call.
He's up there again at the top of the zone, and those calls just not being delivered as strikes from the home plate umpire today, Dan Merzel.
A break there for Taylor Ward. See if he can make it work now.
Kirk is, by statistics, the best pitch framer in the major leagues. 8 framing runs that he has helped prevent this year.
He's the best I've seen at that ABS in spring training. Every one he challenged was correct.
2 balls and 2 strikes now. Kirk's specialty tends to be the lower strikes anyways. His smaller framed catcher, only about 5'8". He gets the 3rd most strikes called of any catcher in all of baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Taylor Ward. Squibber foul keeps Ward in there.
Good job of just making contact on that slider. One of the better ones he's thrown.
Kirk will likely be an all-star when the rosters get announced tomorrow. He'll be the 2nd catcher from the American League, joining Cal Raleigh. Two balls, 2 strikes on Ward. Breaking ball kind of telegraphed by Scherzer on that curve. 3-2 now. And Ward, would you start Trout here?
Yeah, you see Eric Young Sr. talking to Trout right now. When you look at percentages of 3-2 pitches, he'll throw to right-handed batters. He's about 50% of the time he'll throw a secondary pitch, so you can get a good jump.
See if the Angels take that chance.
I think you do. Although Joe Adell's waiting on deck.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Trout not running, and it's ball 4. So Joe Adell will get a big chance again. With the bases loaded, he drew a walk the last time, which brought in the first run of the game. Now he'll have a chance to drive in at least 1 more as he bats with the bases loaded for a 2nd time today.
Yeah, he's had an RBI now in 6 straight games.
Joe Adell crushed a home run off Nick Sandlin yesterday in the 7th inning, which brought the Angels back from a 3-0 deficit against the Blue Jays.
He has 10 home runs on the first pitch put in play of the season. 10.
Showed this to you earlier, but we'll show you again. It was worth it. 431 feet on a crushing blow from Adell. First pitch, he went after it, but came up empty on a pitch that was up.
Well, you remember that first at bat, though. You remember a high fastball, didn't get the call, but went right back to another high fastball. Generally, when you think of Joe Adell, really, really strong on pitches, middle to lower third.
Bases loaded walk in the first. A 15-game hitting streak entering today. He's behind in the count here. No balls and 2 strikes. Making the case for Joe Adell and the All-Star team. Mentioned the 5th highest OPS among American League outfielders. He's 4th in weighted runs created plus. Another one of those tell-all offensive numbers. Behind only Aaron Judge, Riley Green, and Randy Arozarena. Takes one in the dirt here. So by any metric, Adell has been a top 5 outfielder in the American League this season, and therefore should have his name called tomorrow. We've seen some real snubs in the past. Wouldn't shock me either way if Adell makes it or gets snubbed, but he should make it.
Numbers wise, yes.
Bases loaded with 1 out, trying to break a 1-1 tie in the 3rd. Adell, it's a fly ball to right. We've seen Barger throw out a runner at home already today. He makes the catch here. It's Neto trying to score. This time the throw is up the line. Neto's safe, and the Angels take the lead.
Another RBI for Jo Adell. No official at bats today. 2 RBIs.
'52 RBIs now on the year for Adell. This throw from Barger wasn't as strong as the first one. Up the line a bit, allowed Zach Neto to get in easily.
On that first base side of home plate.
Kind of skidded in there as well. So Zach Neto able to get home. As the Blue Jays send their pitching coach Pete Walker to the mound here with Jorge Soler coming up.
Zach Neto today on base twice. Base hit, scored 2 runs already.
He's been driven in both times by Adell. Angels have the lead. We'll see if they can add to it after a drive with Hyundai.
Enjoy the new car.
Thank you.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Blue Jays have their bullpen up already. Max Scherzer in just his 4th start of the season, his 3rd since returning from the injured list. He did throw 71 pitches over 5 innings his last time, and 83 the start before that. So peculiar that they're up this early, especially with the bottom of the order coming up. Scherzer struck them all out the first time. Soler takes a strike here on the cutter. 54 pitches for Scherzer, not yet out of the 3rd inning. Couple of strikes falling in here to Soler. Flied out into a double play his first time, with Trout getting thrown out at home. By the way, in terms of Adell's hitting streak, well, with no official at bat today, that ended up that way for the day. His hitting streak would carry over. You need to have at least 1 official at bat hitless for a hitting streak to end.
So those big add-on runs against Scherzer, you just have to get. See if Soler could be that guy right here.
1 ball, 2 strikes. He wades through a cutter to win the inning. Scherzer hasn't gotten a lot of chases today, but he got that one to retire the side.
There's a unicorn in Hollywood.
The lineup we know is incredibly deep, but that starting rotation is unlike anything I can remember.
I got them running the National League.
I think this is the first of like 4 or 5 straight world championships.
This is just an incredible wealth of riches.
He's in a world of his own. Strike 3 swinging. It's a dozen strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow. Walk-off win.
We do not talk about this superstar enough, and that's Rafael Devers.
6th straight game with a home run.
Jarren Duran is an extra base machine.
I've just always been like that guy that keeps his head down and works hard.
Swing and a miss. Crochet's got that kind of electric stuff.
This green monster is tailor-made for Alex Bregman's swing. Great fit for Bregman, great fit for the Red Sox.
This was the piece that they really needed.
The guy's a winner. He's got all the talent.
The Red Sox are a much better team this year than they were last year.
The 611 Podcast meets MLB Network. Join longtime teammates and former MVPs Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard, plus other former players for unfiltered conversations about baseball, culture, and life. Only on MLB Network.
Go back in time with your Halos during Throwback Week at the Big A. The first 25,000 fans Friday, July 11th will receive a reversible throwback bucket hat courtesy of Yakult Probiotic Drink. Visit angels.com/promotions for more info.
Little Shohei Ohtani hat they had on there. His birthday today, 31 years old, and he's on the mound against the Astros.
Well, that's the way Shohei would want to celebrate.
Yes, you know him.
For fulfilling his unicorn skills. Shohei will pitch against the Astros tonight.
He struggled a little bit against him in his career. I think he's 3-6 with an ERA, just a little bit over 4.
So the Astros are bringing Hector Neris back after the Angels let him go.
I really like what he did for the Angels. He did a tremendous job coming in, especially when there was traffic on the bases.
Surprised to not see him stay in the organization after he cleared waivers even. No balls and a strike on Lucas. Leading off here in the bottom of the third as he's one of these unsung heroes for the Blue Jays this year. 7th round pick of Cleveland's 10 years ago. His first real big league opportunity this year as a 30-year-old. 2 balls and a strike now on Lucas. Was traded to the Tampa Bay Rays and spent a handful of years in their minor league system. And a few more with the Blue Jays before really getting his first big league crack a couple of years ago. He's got the count in his favor here at 3 balls and 1 strike. Overall, roughly 10 years in the minor leagues for Lucas.
It's that upper part of the strike zone not being called all day long. Just like that, lead-off walk.
3 runs so far in this game. They've all been scored by the leadoff hitters. Neto has 2 of them. Lucas has scored the only Blue Jay run. Now he's on base to start this inning. Brings up Springer, who flied out his first time. Rare for Springer to even make an out lately, especially against the Angels team that he has tortured over the years. 29 career home runs against the Angels for Springer.
Pretty good sized lead for Lucas.
Ball crushed foul. Against the Angels, among active players, Springer has the most. We'll see Marcus Semien in a couple of days. The Angels go back home Monday. They'll start a 4-game series against the Texas Rangers. No balls, 2 strikes on Springer. Chopper foul beyond third.
Going to keep that sinker down. Springer's really good. Quick hands on elevated pitches.
He's been very good of late. 19 RBIs and 15 runs scored in just a 12-game span. 1 ball, 2 strikes here on Springer. As I mentioned before, he's pretty much a lock to be on the American League All-Star team. Starters Judge, Green, and Baez in the outfield, with Springer and Buxton definitely going to make it. And the other spot or 2, whatever how many they take, they're open. That's the one Joe Adell could get. There's a fly ball to center field. See if Joe Adell can go get this one. He's out near the wall. He leaps up and it's gone. The 30th home run for George Springer against the Angels in his career. And the Blue Jays are ahead now 3-2.
Yeah, sinker was middle, didn't get down, dead center field. Just like that, Halos had a lead, it's gone again. Leadoff walk. He knew he got it. Joe Adell went back as far as he can go, but just too far over that wall.
There's now 16 home runs allowed by Kochanowicz this year.
Getting back to that wall, trying to time the leap.
Only 6 pitchers in the American League have given up more homers than Kochanowicz has, which is a bit baffling considering he's a sinker baller.
That's the thing. I think what it comes down to is you're going to have to force him to stay down with the sinker. That means give that target a little bit lower.
were a sinker baller, you led the American League in home run rate 3 times in your career. Why would a sinker baller not be getting the ground balls this often and give up so many home runs?
Part of it is maybe overthrowing it. You know, I'm looking at target sets. Sometimes, you know, when I had a catcher there, I wanted him to keep it down at below the knees. If I could show a strike with my sinker at any point, I could stay below the knees, and hitters like to pitch down generally. So you exploit that, but you got to stay at the knees or below all the time. When you overthrow it, you drop your wrist, you elevate, and it flattens it out and it becomes very hittable.
Springer with a long home run to straightaway center field to the batter's eye. 110 off the bat, over 400 feet to that point in the outfield. And there's a ground ball base hit for Guerrero. He's 2 for 2. A struggle for Kochanowicz against the top of the order today. He's allowed 5 hits to the first 5 hitters in the order. Now 3 runs.
A few baseballs that Vlad Jr. hasn't crushed. That was only about 86 miles off the bat, but I'll tell you how quick that infield is. If it's not right at an infield, it's tough to make a play on it.
Bichette is at the plate now. Kochanowicz has had a lot of ground ball double plays turned behind him again this year. As Bichette looks at a strike, Kochanowicz has had 14 double plays turned on the ground behind him this season.
It's another sinker that was up in the strike zone there, though, Wayne.
Bichette let it go by. No balls and a strike. The Angels trail now for the first time today, 3-2.
Can't let this one get away early there for Kochanowicz. Think about the Jays, their bullpen's been taxed lately.
They had the bullpen up in the last inning, and nobody's up now, though. There's a ground ball. Renifo does get to it and cannot get the throw off. Renifo kind of tumbled over after securing the ground ball. From there, he could not get into a throwing position, so Bichette has an infield hit, and Guerrero now at second base.
Tried to get a handle of the baseball, unable to do so. That's one of those plays you're hoping for a force out at second base.
Now Barry Enright will go to the mound. Nobody up in the Angels bullpen either. Bullpens are kind of lifted up above the ground here now, where the actual sitting area for the bullpen is on the ground level, and the mounds are raised above that on the next level over the bullpens. Get a nice view here of pitchers warming up.
I'm sure they're having a lot of good things to say too.
A lot of
good luck. You're looking good.
a lot of areas. Just so many different areas in the outfield now here at Rogers Center where fans can congregate. Yeah, they have that what they call the flight deck in straightaway center field under the video board. They've got a patio in right field, a landing area, a social area.
Even down there, that left field line. And the foul pole.
Yeah, they got a little nook and cranny everywhere. And of course, the hotel rooms are still populated as well. No, that's your favorite one. Here's Barger. And that high strike not being
right
called
in the middle of the plate.
Well, at least he's been consistent with it. Dan Rizal has not called those strikes at the top of the zone today for either time or either side. Ball is rifled foul. That ball hit toward another little area where fans are sitting, where they are touting Canadian ketchup made with Canadian tomatoes. Are the tomatoes better here in Canada?
I'm not so sure. I always thought Jersey tomatoes were always good.
I mean, they're really excited about the Canadian ketchup.
I thought that was a Pennsylvania thing there, Hines.
I did have a packet of plum sauce earlier, which I found nice. I don't see a lot of those back home. Give me some plum sauce packets over the border. I think that would be nice.
Give it a shot.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Addison Barger. And an RBI single his first time up. It's jammed here as he pops it up.
Should be an infield fly.
Should be, and it's Kochanowicz to make the catch.
Good pitch there.
Always like to see the ball bounce on some of those and see what happens.
Yeah. I was bouncing the baseball on this turf. It's not quite as jumpy as it used to be in the turf here.
Just to see if a base runner gets a little bit creative or just panics or whatever. You can maybe take advantage of something there if you surround the ball. Kochanowicz makes the catch. 1 out. The Angels do get their bullpen up now. It's Hunter Strickland. As Alejandro Kirk stands in here. First and second with 1 out.
I think we've been saying a lot. This is a big game here today for the Halos.
And they're all big right now. I mean, where the Angels are, they're still trying to catch up. But they're close, and you don't want to fall further back. Just a game under 500. They're 2.5 out in the wild card. They're in it. But they can't afford a long losing streak and then get to a point where they'll be much difficult to come back from. Chopper to third. Renifa waits back, has it, throws to second 1. Stevens to first 2, a double play.
Now that's Jack Kochanowicz there getting that double play ball. 5-4-3.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way. Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
This is the show that never ends.
Introducing baseball's all-new national pregame show, MLB Tonight, live at 5. Join Greg, Harold, and Dan, and a star-studded roster for a preview of all the night's matchups. Get a first look at the lineups.
Everything looks good right now for the Yankees.
First take from the players.
I'm just excited to put any pair of cleats on.
And the first of many breakdowns every game night. A full night of baseball starts at 5. MLB Tonight's national pregame show, live at 5 Eastern on MLB Network.
We got our hands up in the air, 'cause it's a party. We having fun here, 'cause it's a party.
Oh, my.
This guy is next level. Oh, my goodness.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
No way. What a moment. This is the show that never ends.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance, Sundays at 11:30 Eastern.
Beating the pressure as the Angels get going here in the top of the 4th with Logan O'Hoppe leading off against Scherzer. The Angels 45 home runs since June 2nd are tied for the most in the American League. The Angels have been a powerful hitting team all year with 128 home runs for the ball club. That's 5th most in the major leagues and 2nd in the AL. The 3rd most in franchise history at this point in the season.
And O'Hoppe has 2 career home runs versus Scherzer. The way this game is going already with some action here in the first 3 innings. Bring that home run shoe swings again.
So O'Hoppe against Scherzer here. Scherzer struck out the side when he faced the lower third of the lineup in the 2nd inning. Ball 1 to Logan O'Hoppe. A couple other games in progress and a bunch of others just starting now. Cardinals lead the Cubs 3-2 at Wrigley. That game's in the bottom of the 6th.
Not 8 home runs hit for the Cubs yet.
What a display that was yesterday. I've never seen anything like that. Miles Michaelis gave up 6 home runs yesterday.
That's not easy to do, by the way.
In 3 innings.
Yes.
It was just one after the other. Michael Busch hit 3 yesterday. There's a liner, and it's off the glove of Clement in the left field.
That was a slap shot from the circle.
Well, don't Get me in trouble. Maple Leafs.
Just throwing it out there. Slap shot. That spins back that cutter. The hot corner. Tell you how quick that dirt in infield is here. That just gets right by him. Just like that, the Halo is trying to respond.
Base hit for O'Hoppe as Rengifo gets on here. And swings through a fastball right in the middle plate from Scherzer. Rengifo struck out his first time. Tampa Bay leads Minnesota today 5-1. That game's in the 6th. Rays and the Yankees are now tied for second behind the Blue Jays in the East. Toronto's got a 2-game lead now. After their 6 straight wins this week, a 4-game sweep of the Yankees here at Rogers Center. This place was bouncing. Canada Day was a part of that. The Blue Jays in a regular season series sweep of their arch rivals, the Yankees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rengifo breaks his bat and floats one. That is caught by Clement.
Bullpen action. I think if there's any more traffic against Scherzer, this might be it.
The bullpen is up again. The top of the order due up for a 3rd time here after Stevens bats. And Nick Sandlin, who gave up that home run to Adele yesterday, is warming up. The Yankees and Mets are about to start at Citi Field in the Subway Series.
They picked up 5 games on the Yankees in 5 days. A 4-game sweep, and then yesterday win, and then they lost yesterday, the Yankees.
Yankees are starting to drop 48 and 40. The Mets have won 3 in a row, and they're just a half game now behind the Phillies for first in the NL East. Mets and Yankees play each other again today. Phillies are hosting the Reds this afternoon. The Yankees, you know, as we've said, the American League, it's hard to distinguish the haves from the have-nots right now. The Tigers have kind of done that. They've gone out to a huge lead in the AL Central. They're the only team even close to being above 500 in that division.
It's amazing. And looking up, I didn't realize they're up by 12.5 games already.
Well, Minnesota's 4 under, and they're in 2nd place.
Remember, they were all bunched up at the top not that long ago, all with above 500 records.
The Royals and Guardians have really struggled lately. Cleveland's lost 8 straight. Ground ball up the middle, and there's the first major league hit for Chad Stevens. Heading for 3rd base is O'Hoppe. He'll make it as Stevens rolls one through the middle and has his first big league hit against future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer.
Now that's super special for Chad Stevens. He'll keep that baseball certified there. What a moment that is. Chad Stevens, that smile on his face.
I mean, getting a hit in the big leagues is certainly on its own an incredible accomplishment. And you get asked who your first big league hit came against, and the answer is Max Scherzer.
Yes.
That is just another level entirely. Now the tying run at 3rd base. Stevens has some speed too, as Neto fouls one off. Neto has been on base twice, and he has scored twice today.
Talked about how well the Halos respond when their opponent scores. This is big right now for Neto.
Hoppe at 3rd base, Stevens now at 1st. A ball, 1 strike on Neto, who has been hit by a pitch and singled today. Scherzer lobs a ball, kind of shot put it over there to 1st.
Tried to freeze him there after the excitement level of getting your first major league hit. He's smiling like, oh no. Still remember when George Brett got his 3,000th hit, he got picked off at the Big A right away. After we were all whacking him, smashing him on the top of the head, and then next thing you know, next minute, oh, he picked him off.
What a great friend you are to remind everyone of that.
Oh yes.
Over 30 years later. 2 balls, 1 strike on Neto. Gonna hear your phone go off in a minute.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, way to go. I drove in a lot of those runs. You got some W's. Zip it.
There goes Stevens. Throw down to second by Kirk, and he is out.
I stay there too. I don't know if he didn't get his hand in there. It's a gutsy decision to make when you're down by 1 run and you got your guy at the plate. For a guy that's thrown out 29% of base stealers.
It was all Kirk too. Stevens got a good jump. His hand, I don't think his hand touched the foot.
Yeah, that's what stopped him.
Now it's a strike to Neto, making it 3-2. It looked like he was going to be safe, but it then looked like his hand slid into the foot of the second baseman Schneider taking the throw, and that's what stunted his momentum there. Curious if he ran on his own or if that was a sign. 3-2. Neto, it's a ground ball to short. Long throw for Bichette, gets it there to end the inning. Now Stevens gets his first big league hit, but then he's thrown out on a big play at second base, stifling a potential rally.
SexRx by Hims is a range of daily ED treatments customized to do more, if prescribed. Treatment includes medication for sexual health, plus an added benefit like testosterone support, or fuller hair, or vitality, and more. Doctor trusted and delivered discreetly to your door. Feel prepared at any moment, and your best in all the rest. Find your SexRx at hims.com.
Don't know where to start? Thumbtack knows. Get recommendations for all your home projects. Hire the right pro today.
Jack Kochanowicz on the mound for the bottom of the 4th inning as the Angels trail 3-2 as George Springer, who jacked a 2-run homer at a straightaway center field in the 3rd inning, putting Toronto in front. Angels got men on the corners with 1 out in the top of the 4th, but Chad Stevens, after his first major league hit, got thrown out trying to steal. And Neto grounded out. Here's Will Wagner, who lines one up the middle. It's Neto moving over to make the play. The son of the Hall of Famer Billy Wagner grounds out, 1 away.
Starting to get some ground ball action. The importance for Jack Kochanowicz's location of that sinker. Against Springer, you see the sinker on the left. It stays up in the strike zone, becomes flat and hittable. And then he throws that perfect sinker to Hunter Kirk, and he hits that right into the ground for a 5-4-3 double play. That is the difference between a very successful sinker and one that stays flat to the barrel of the bat.
Ernie Clement is the batter now as he takes ball 1. Clement was involved in the game-winning play yesterday with his bunt, resulting eventually in the winning run scoring after a throwing error by Sam Bachman. Clement said he used to bunt a lot when he was at the University of Virginia because they didn't realize he could hit. So they asked him to bunt often. made him a good bunter. This Blue Jay team, they do a lot of these little things right. Clement has 4 sacrifice bunts this year as he has to duck out of the way of that slider. The Blue Jays have 20 sacrifice bunts this year, the most in the majors.
It's putting guys in the scoring position, and they've come through with hits with runners in scoring position.
Well, they're incredibly good with runners in scoring position as a team. Hitting .314 since May 8th, the best in baseball.
That has some spin on that one.
And they kept it fair, and Clement grounds out to Kochanowicz, 2 up, 2 down.
And 7 outs via ground balls now for Kochanowicz.
Schneider is the batter here. Fly to left his first time. Well, the 6 through 9 hitters in the Blue Jay order today are 0 for 7. The 1 through 5 hitters have come through and done all the damage. His top 5 hitters in the Blue Jay order are a combined 6 for 9 today.
I love that. See, that target was perfect by O'Hoppe set up for the changeup there. So that gives you the visual when you're throwing the baseball. See the target being set up down, and then taps a little bit further on the changeup, and he hit exactly the spot.
The ball's 2 strikes on Schneider. How much then in that case could the catcher help with some of these targets and making sure Kochanowicz stays in the bottom part of the zone?
Yeah, I know a lot of times because of that movement, he just wants to have his glove in the strike zone, but because he leaves some of those sinkers up, that's why you got to make sure you set that target a little bit lower for him to give that visualization to be able to make sure he hits a spot.
2 balls, 2 strikes now on Schneider.
A lot of times you trust the movement for Soriano or Kochanowicz, but to make sure he keeps that sinker down, because he's giving up some home runs, Soriano is not, you might have to give that lower target set consistently.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the first strikeout for Kochanowicz today, and another 1-2-3 inning against the bottom of the order.
Right this second, at some diner somewhere,
I'll have a...
Someone really wants a soda. But that same someone doesn't want to be like the only someone to order a soda. Embarrassing. Yeah, she's looking at you.
Yeah, I know the struggle is real, honey, but so are all these other...
What if there were a better soda?
Hun, get a Poppy. It's a soda with 5 grams of sugar.
Okay. Okay, so this waitress is a genius.
Can I get one too?
This is not Viagra. It's Rose Sparks. Made with 2 active ingredients instead of just 1, it dissolves under your tongue to work faster. Rose Sparks contain tadalafil, which stays active for up to 36 hours for around-the-clock results. Earn a round of applause with Rose Sparks. Connect with the provider and see if they're right for you at ro.co/OMG.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Only at your SoCal Hyundai dealers. And by the OC Healthcare Agency. Navigate to a healthier you at angels.ocnavigator.org. That's you out there on the ledge of CN Tower, is that right?
Can't even look at that.
Look down at Rogers Center all the way up from the top of the tower.
It's difficult enough from our vantage point of our booth here to look down. No chance.
CN Tower.
0 chance of that happening.
Here's Kochanowicz leading off against new pitcher Nick Sandlin, who deals ball 1. CN Tower, to see the elevator going up and down from here, which is out beyond the right field foul area from our vantage point in the booth here at Rogers Center. Some recent renovations. This place looks great. Opened in 1989 as Sky Dome, and the first of its kind with the retractable roof. They have really done well to make this look and feel like a brand new stadium in some ways.
Great fan base here. You always think of hockey. I mean, that's their first mentality, but these baseball fans here just love this team. This place can get extremely loud when their team is playing well.
2 balls and a strike on Kochanowicz. For a long time now, it's been Canada's only Major League Baseball team. Expos moved over 20 years ago to Washington, D.C.
You'll still see an occasional Montreal Expo jersey in this stadium.
Well, as you should. It's a beautiful jersey. A classic look that those Expos had. There's a fan supporting both of the Canadian teams. That Vladimir Guerrero Sr. throwback Expos jersey, it looked like. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Nolan Kochanowicz. Pops this one up into foul ground. Clement backing up into the outfield and now in fair territory to make the catch. And that's the first out here in the inning. Of course, you participated in the American League Championship Series in 1985 when the Blue Jays won the East that year, and they played their home games at Exhibition Stadium then.
Yeah, it was slightly colder. It was freezing there in October, mid to late October. The wind howling off the lake. It was, yeah, it was cold.
The first playoff team in Blue Jays history. Bobby Cox was their manager then.
He still gives me a bad look every time I see him. He's still mad about that.
I can understand where he's coming from there. Although he did win a lot more division titles in Atlanta afterward.
Yes, he did. And he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well,
hope he's doing well. He's been battling some things. Hopefully he's doing well.
No balls and a strike on Trout. Sandlin misses with ball 1. Scherzer only goes 4 innings today. Strikes out 4, allows 2 runs on 5 hits, 3 walks in there as well.
That completely different uniform from last night to today.
Yeah, well, thankfully.
Yes.
Blue Jays City Connect. Hopefully 2.0 will be a better version. 2 balls and a strike. As Trout hits a high pop-up. Kind of pitch that was kind of a hanger there from Sandlin as Springer makes the catch. Sandlin does give up his fair share of home runs. He's allowed 12 in each of the last 2 seasons and gave up the one to Adele last night. Came over from Cleveland in the offseason, was traded in a deal that sent Luis Ortiz to the Guardians and Spencer Horwitz to the Pirates. Ortiz now under investigation for some kind of gambling situation that has come up involving his pitches, a couple of them at least. Taylor Ward at the plate here.
Still, when you look at Taylor Ward so far this season, 42 extra base hits, 20 home runs, 20 doubles, 2 triples.
Triple in Atlanta the other night. 2 balls, no strikes here on Ward. Chops this one right at Bichette. It's an easy inning out of the bullpen for Sandlin in the 5th.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance.
Boom. Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball.
I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping.
You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem.
This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch ESPN and other top sports networks.
Plus, get coverage of your local teams all year long. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Ooh, that's a lovely view.
What are you two looking at?
Tip pick.
What did you say?
Tip pick. Tickets to the show with no hidden fees.
Will receive a throwback long sleeve shirt courtesy of Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Visit angels.com/promotions today. Nathan Lucas leads off the bottom of the 5th inning against Jack Kochanowicz. Still just a 1-run game as Lucas looks at a strike. Each of the top 5 hitters in the Blue Jay lineup are a combined 6 for 9 today, so this will be a challenge for Kochanowicz, facing them for a 3rd time. Lucas has a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. Now he gets a chopper here towards Stevens as he collects it for the 1st out. Lucas retired for the 1st time.
And a ground ball out, soft contact on the ground. By the way, Nimmo with a grand slam for the Mets against the Yankees.
The Mets are out to a 4-0 lead against Carlos Rodon. Brandon Nimmo with his 18th home run of the year, hitting a grand slam for the Mets. Cubs have come back to take a 4-3 lead on the Cardinals. They're in the 7th now at Wrigley Field. Springer with a bouncer to 3rd. Renifo's going to have to chuck this one across. Springer tries to avoid the tag, but Kochanowicz got him. 2 up, 2 down. Another ground ball out. Suddenly, Kochanowicz has retired 7 in a row, mostly on the ground.
Yeah, he's working that sinker with some movement now. Not overthrowing. Tied him up. A nice job with that footwork for Kochanowicz.
Brings up Guerrero, who has 2 hits, both virtually in the same spot. Ground balls through the left side. Not a great year for Guerrero. Not a bad one, but not a great one. You look at this Blue Jay roster and what they've done. They're in 1st place. Guerrero has 12 home runs. He's having a good year, but certainly not the kind of dominant season we've seen in the past. We said it earlier, Springer's really been their team leader and their best player this year. Guerrero voted in as the all-star starter at 1st base. He's just kind of been better than average, but not that much better. Balls, 2 strikes on Guerrero. And one thing's for sure, he's going to be here a long time.
Yes, he will. By the way, that slider by Kochanowicz, the 2nd pitch, over 3,000 RPM spin rate on that one. So the key for him between the sinker, changeup, and slider is not overthrowing him.
97 on that fastball up and in to Vlad Jr. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, the goal for that 4-seamer obviously is to change eye level, so you would think he's going to try to get him out down now, whether it's a slider or a sinker.
Ran the changeup in. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to count.
That's a good target set by Ohapi. Kochanowicz missed his target on that one.
See if he can get it back here. 2-2. Again, that changeup way upstairs this time. Why is the changeup darting around?
He's trying to aim it instead of trusting. When you think of field pitches, changeup is a field pitch. You trust the grip to take off the velocity of the pitch. He has that more of that one finger on the seam changeup with still a variation of a circle change to it.
This one on the ground right at Renifo's. So Kochanowicz finds the release point there, but Kochanowicz does not make the catch. The ball didn't look like it hit the ground. This will be an error on somebody, and I have a feeling it'll be Kochanowicz once we look at the replay.
It will, but still a low throw. You have time to make the throw.
Call it on Rengifo here at first, although again it didn't look like that ball hit the ground.
He's looking through his glove how he's unable to keep that in the glove. Usually that throw, even if it gets to that dirt, one of the easier ones is the first baseman to scoop.
So a two-out error should have ended the inning, and play that was seemingly routine keeps the inning going for Bo Bichette, who has a base hit today. This is where you are afraid of the damage that can be done here when the inning should have been over. Dangerous hitter at the plate. Liner to right. Soler is shifting over and makes the catch on the move. Angels do get around that two-out error, and it stays 3-2.
Talent-wise, with the Correas and the Royce Lewises and the Buxtons firing at the height of their power, they're probably the most talented team.
Royce Lewis puts his team on top.
Postseason monster, we all know that.
Grand slam, Carlos Correa.
With Byron Buxton, it's the tools, the speed, the power.
He knows one speed, and that's to go get it. I think that we're a great team. I think we know we're a great team.
The Twins have the most talent in that division.
This is a guy who has MVP-type potential.
Luis Robert is one of the most talented players in the league.
Great nickname, La Pantera.
La Pantera can do it anywhere on the field.
He has the potential to be a 30-30 guy that can knock in 95 to 100 runs.
As a fan of the game, there's nobody I enjoy watching in center field than Mr. Luis Robert.
La Pantera.
Turn on MLB Tonight's all-new national pregame show live at 5 as Greg, Harold, and Dan preview all the night's matchups.
Premier talent.
I'm just excited to put any pair of cleats on.
MLB Tonight's national pregame show, weekdays on MLB Network.
For the Blue Jays, Lazaro Estrada. After Nick Sandlin worked a scoreless fifth inning, Estrada pitches here in the sixth as he makes his major league debut today. That's one thing about Scherzer only going 4 innings. The Blue Jays now need all of their relievers. It's a close game here. They pitch well. Estrada was a starter at AAA this year with Buffalo. He made 15 starts and had a .475 ERA, so it's possible he could give the Blue Jays multiple innings here. Joe Adell leads off in the 6th inning. And he hits this one right at Bichette on the first pitch. So Estrada retires the first batter that he ever faces in the major leagues.
Getting at one of the hottest hitters in the game.
So Adell 0 for 1 now today. It's his first official at bat. Estrada was signed by the Blue Jays several years ago. He's from Cuba. He was added to the roster just the other day. They put Anthony Santander on the 60-day IL. Blue Jays also put Jimmy Garcia on the IL before the game today.
So far, the 2 pitches he has thrown have been away, so it'll be up to Soler to get something and drive at the right center. Another pitch up and away. That was a good hack at it.
The ball's 2 strikes on Soler. So Estrada. See that debut patch on the right sleeve of his jersey as he gets into a big league game for the first time. Trying to protect a 1-run lead for the Blue Jays here in the 6th inning. Facing a fellow Cuban, Soler pops one foul. One of 7 Cuban-born players to eclipse 200 career home runs. Soler hit his 200th the other night.
That was a mammoth shot down in Atlanta.
Blair strikes out for the second time. First big league strikeout for Estrada.
Real special moment for him there. Consider who was at the plate. First major league punch out.
A 1 to Logan O'Hoppe. Estrada's numbers at AAA are just kind of so-so. A 4.75 ERA there. Did pitch well in his last start.
Hoppe trying to bring him on the inner half of the plate and elevate it.
Had a base hit his last time. He's 1 for 2 today. Pitch was away and he fouled it back.
Gotta believe he's going to see a slider now.
Lines it right at the third baseman Clement for an easy inning for Lazaro Estrada in his major league debut.
This guy is the entire package.
Struck him out. My goodness.
He has a weapon for every hitter.
Good luck. 99.
And what I like most about him, he pitches with an attitude.
They're still on their feet for Postgame.
Everyone wants to watch this guy.
Must-see TV for me.
6'7", top 5 exit velo, #1 arm in the sport.
There's a cruise missile. More fireworks.
He can go out there to center field, relax, and I think this is a 30-30 guy this season.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance, Sundays at 11:30 Eastern.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Good morning. Love spending our day with you.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Let your swing get you back to 50-50.
Interviews with the players.
Games. This is game-changing, people.
If I ever get the chance to do this, I'm never saying no.
And a little bit.
It's a scam. No one's that happy.
This is a look.
Of everything else. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
To enjoy a post-game Saturday night fireworks show driven by your SoCal Hyundai dealers. Visit angels.com/promotions for more details.
Packed house here today. We love that Saturday afternoon, late afternoon game here, Rogers Center.
Yeah, you know, the Saturday late afternoon game can be a good one.
The way the shadows are in the stadium doesn't seem like it really comes into play. Like sometimes you'll see even at the Big A when you have a 5 o'clock start, it's tough on hitters.
Yeah, the shadows kind of come in from the other way here. They kind of start in the outfield and work their way toward the infield. So it would be later in the day by the time the shadows start to affect the batter-pitcher matchup. It could happen toward the end of the game, though. Kochanowicz has been able to right the ship a bit after giving up 3 runs in the first 3 innings. He has set down 8 of the last 9. And 1 reached on an error as Barger bounces 1 foul rather. No balls and a strike. Barger had an RBI base hit in the first, and he also threw out a runner at home. Gunned down Mike Trout to end the top of the first.
He saved the run and produced a run all in the first inning.
It's a +2 for Barger today in this 1-run game. That could be a big swing. 1 ball 1 strike. 3-2 Blue Jays here in the 6th. The Angels still have some time. mentioned the Blue Jays bullpen kind of depleted, so they've got Estrada in his big league debut working multiple innings. It looks like he's going to pitch the 7th inning as well. Two balls and one strike here on Barger.
One of the few pitches called a strike in the upper part of the strike zone.
Very few called in that spot today by Dan Murzel, the home plate umpire. Blue Jays have won 6 straight. Includes that 4-game sweep of the Yankees here at Rogers Center earlier in the week. And a walk-off extra inning win against the Angels last night. It's a bouncer toward the middle. Stevens with the backhand able to make the play.
10th out on the ground today for Kochanowicz. It's kind of dropped a little bit more so. His ground ball percentage still solid at 51.7%. His career numbers are about 53.9. So over 56% last season. It's good to see him get more ground balls here today.
One out as Kirk will bat. Toronto trying to win their 7th straight, which would be their longest winning streak in 3 years. This is the latest they've been in first place in a season in 9 years. I have to go back to 2016 for the last time the Blue Jays were in first place at this point in the year. Balls and no strikes on Kirk.
Is our boy Kevin Pillar on that team?
In 16? Yeah. Probably, yeah. John Schneider has done a good job as the manager of the Blue Jays. They had a tough time here last year, finishing last. They were a wild card team a couple of years in a row before that. Not trying to win the AL East. It's turned into a 3-team race between them, the Yankees and the Rays. Yankees are trailing the Mets today 4-1 in New York. The Rays and Twins are tied in the 5th and the 8th inning in Minnesota. That is ball 4 to Kirk, so 1-out walk. It's the second free pass issued by Kochanowicz today. The other one was a leadoff walk in front of the 2-run homer that Springer hit in the 3rd inning that gave Toronto the lead. Here comes Ray Montgomery to the mound. Kochanowicz now at 82 pitches. Will Wagner is due up here. He's grounded out twice. See a lot happening in the Angels bullpen right now. So Ray Montgomery is making a call to the bullpen in some way. I didn't see anyone getting ready over there.
Brogdon was warming up. I think that's what he's already.
The alpha dog among big league closers right here. Top of the food chain, Manuel Clase.
Jose Ramirez, one of the most unsung great players.
Turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire.
MLB Big Inning, every game night on MLB.tv.
In music, a hit can define a generation. In baseball, the right hit on draft night can change a franchise.
He is Mr. November.
And while some hits climb the charts to become crowd favorites,
Sheer dominance from Scooble.
others could go from the first round
The Los Angeles Angels select Michael Trout
to the first ballot.
Top tag for Mike Trout.
The MLB Draft, presented by Nike, July 13th on MLB Network.
The face of the game of baseball is running through this guy right here.
That dude has electricity coming out of his pores.
You're changing the sport, man.
I just go out there every day and give them 100%.
Every day he does something that draws your attention.
Green is cooking with gas.
It feels like he's finally put it all together. I think Hunter Green's about to become a super ace of a playoff team. That's what the Cincinnati Reds are going to be in 2025.
SiriusXM's The Leadoff Spot is now on MLB Network. Join Steve Phillips and former MLB players Xavier Scruggs and Eduardo Perez for a recap of the night's action, preview of the day ahead, plus in-depth baseball interviews all season long on.
Jack Kochanowicz gets 10 ground ball outs today. Was able to go 5 1/3 innings. Walked Alejandro Kirk, which broke a string of Blue Jays that had not reached base safely since the 3rd inning. Kochanowicz comes out of the game after that free pass, and it's Will Wagner facing the new pitcher Connor Brogdon.
He bounced back pretty well after that 2-run shot by Springer on a sinker that was upstairs. Other than that, got a ton of ground balls again.
He certainly kept the Angels in this game. Balls, no strikes on Wagner. We remember seeing Wagner last year, right after the Blue Jays got him from the Astros in that Yusei Kikuchi trade. He made his big league debut against the Angels and had a pretty good series to start. In front of that changeup, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Such a good changeup he has. The arm action on it.
Wagner hit over 324 games at the major league level last year, and this year he has not had the same success in the majors. At the end of his bat, he lifts a fly ball to right center. It carries a bit, but Adele gets there and makes the catch. 2 outs. Now, Wagner got his first major league hit at Angel Stadium last August as part of a 3-hit game. He was 5 for 8 in those first 2 games of that series against the Angels.
Amazing though when you think about that. Cody Clemens and Will Wagner, sons of tremendous pitchers. One going into Hall of Fame this year, one probably at some point soon. Yet they're swinging the bat, not pitching.
Yeah, Cody Clemens has a home run for the Twins today. He's done a nice job for them this year. Here's Clement as he takes strike 97 right on the dart of the outside corner there. Wagner, technically, I don't know how they say that this is technically or not. I remember that 3-hit game he had at Angel Stadium last year. That was his first major league game. But then later in the year, he played in another game that had been suspended from earlier in the season before he was even in the Blue Jays organization. So the stats from that game get pointed back to the original date of when it started. So it technically played in a game before he was even a Blue Jay as a Blue Jay.
Can you explain that one more time?
1 ball, 2 strikes on Clement. But for all intents and purposes, his first major league game was the one we saw at Angel Stadium. It just doesn't look like that now if you go back and look at the game logs. It shows one well before that, but he wasn't even a Blue Jay then. But he was when they finished it. So there's that. Remember, Juan Soto had that happen. His first major league home run got retroactively tacked onto a suspended game. That ball drilled by Clement. If he gets a 2-out hit, Kirk will stop at second base.
He's hit the ball really well for the Jays.
Now it's the number 9 batter, Schneider. Schneider 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Brogdon with that changeup. He'll throw it to righties and lefties. Throws that one for a strike.
Overthrew that fastball with a real good changeup the first pitch he threw. Because he means he might try to get him out with a changeup.
Changeup got on the inside corner there, so it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, strike three. Blows the fastball by Schneider to end the inning.
Real solid sequence by Pregame.
Talent-wise, with the Correas and the Royce Lewises and the Buxtons firing at the height of their power, they're probably the most talented team.
Royce Lewis puts his team on top.
Postseason monster, we all know that.
Grand slam, Carlos Correa.
With Byron Buxton, it's the tools, the speed, the power.
He knows one speed and has to go get it.
I think that we're a great team. I think we know we're a great team.
The Twins have the most talent in that division.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance.
Boom.
Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball.
I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping.
You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are.
The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem.
Some moments are too big to miss.
This place is going wild.
MLB Tonight brings you closer to the biggest plays and reactions from the moments that matter most.
Good to get that win today, but gotta keep going.
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Success on offense, trailing the Blue Jays 3-2. The Angels have not scored since the third inning. Neither team has. It's been 3-2 ever since the end of the third. As the Blue Jays have made some changes to their lineup and their defensive alignment heading into this seventh inning. Miles Straw has entered the game to play center field. Straw will bat in the 9 spot where Davis Schneider had been. Luis Renifo leads off here in the 7th and takes ball 1. So Ernie Clement has moved from third base to second base. Addison Barger has moved from right field to third base. And Nathan Lucas is now in right field, moving over from center.
I was going to say that's 2 pretty good pitches. Took a while to call that one. It's even up at 1.
Lazaro Estrada in his second inning of work in his major league debut today.
A serious high leverage situation.
Man, he was stress free in that first inning. Looks like he's been in the big leagues for 10 years. It's ahead of Renifo 1-2. Aren't you supposed to be nervous or something?
You're supposed to be. But getting that quick out right away helped him out, I think.
He's acting like he's never left. Renifo, then Stevens is due up. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Renifo, and he lines one toward left center field. It's Straw who just entered the game, unable to get there. A base hit. So the tying run is on.
I think maybe Stevens be asked to square around and bunt here now. Top of the order coming up.
Chad Stevens had his first major league hit in his last at bat against Scherzer. It's our Arco top tier play.
Moment first hit in the show against Max Scherzer. Special moment for Chad Stevens. Barger playing in, expecting a bunt.
Shows bunt, takes ball 1 from Estrada. No one is up in the Blue Jays bullpen. As the Blue Jays pen right now is feeling taxed, so after a really hard fought series against the Yankees in which they swept and took over first place, they used a lot of their relievers. Here's a bunt from Stevens. Estrada fields it, his only play to first, and he gets the out.
Nice job there. Played catch with the bat, got the job done. Some high fives getting back in that dugout.
The 8th sacrifice bunt for the Angels this year. Kochanowicz has 3 of them. Now it brings the tying run to second base with Zach Neto at the plate. 2 times on base today, has scored both those times.
And all of a sudden now the stress level gets a little bit to you now as they making your debut. Tying runs at second base, leadoff man at the plate.
Squibber out in front of the plate. Kirk calls off the pitcher and gets the out at first. So a regular bunt and then a swinging bunt, and has effectively moved Renifo around, but now there are 2 outs. Kochanowicz is 0 for 3 today.
Usually the guy you want up here in this spot, though. He's going to put the ball in play somewhere. Playing straight up in the outfield for the most part. Straw can cover a ton of ground out there in center. Gold Glove winner in his career.
0-1 from Estrada, who only had 1 wild pitch in his 15 minor league games this year.
Renifo could get a huge lead at third. Barger playing well off the bag.
I think he can come down even more than where he is right now. 2 balls, no strikes on Kochanowicz. Barger is about 40 feet away from third base.
Yes. It usually gives you that sense if you're a pitcher that I can't throw that wicked slider in the dirt.
Kochanowicz lines it right center field. It's a base hit. Nolan Kochanowicz comes through to tie the game.
Said right guy, right place. Comes through again. Kochanowicz, base hit, ties it up. Brought his hands up on a 4-seam fastball, and he lines it just under 101 miles per hour off the bat, ties it up. 35th RBI.
It's 3-3 as the Angels even things up here. Now Mike Trout with Kochanowicz at first. Slider drops in for a strike. Trout has a base hit today. He's also drawn a walk. He's flied out. Evened up here in Toronto in the 7th. 3-3 with that base hit from Kochanowicz.
Tell you what, all these games against the Jays this year have been these crazy close games. A couple walk-offs for both teams.
Angels had that walk-off at home against Toronto on May 7th against Jeff Hoffman. Blue Jays had a walk-off last night. It's a tie game today, and Trout fights one off foul. Trout has been on base a lot since coming back from the IL. He has not driven the ball the same way, but he's been getting on base plenty. Twice today. The ball's 2 strikes. And he punches out on a fastball to end the inning. Angels tie it on a base hit by Kochanowicz and make it 3-3.
SiriusXM's The Leadoff Spot is now on MLB Network. Join Steve Phillips and former MLB players Xavier Scruggs and Eduardo Perez for a recap of the night's action, preview of the day ahead, plus in-depth baseball interviews all season long on MLB Network.
We got hands up in the air, 'cause it's a party. We having fun here, 'cause it's a party.
Oh my! This guy is next level. Oh my goodness!
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
No way! What a moment! This is the show that never ends.
Did he do it? Oh my goodness! What a play! An absolute beast unleashed. You are unbelievable.
Racking them up, all I do is win. Spot that hashtag like a boss. Yeah, that's how I roll. Keep on nailing it, never miss it. Back, enjoy the show.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network. Catch up on all the baseball action with a triple play. Kevin Millar, Ryan Dempster, and Sierra Santos. 3 hosts joined by baseball's biggest stars for the best interview in baseball. Intentional Talk. Weekdays only on MLB Network.
Fifth, his first ever bobblehead when the Angels take on the Mariners. First 25,000 fans will get that Zach Neto bobblehead courtesy of angels.ocnavigator.org. Visit angels.com/promotions for details.
Dive and make another defensive play. 17 defensive runs saved in the last 2 seasons for Neto.
Pitcher for the Angels trying to keep it tied now, Jose Fermin.
th game already. Power fastball, 98, but real good slider.
Face the top of the order here with Nathan Lucas leading off. Brogdon worked 2/3 of an inning. With 1 hit, no runs. There's a fastball at the top of the zone for a strike from Fermin. Lucas, then Springer and Guerrero. So the big bats coming up here for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. The score now tied as Fermin gets ahead here 0-2.
Good fastball in the outside corner. He has that ability to throw that backdoor slider.
Fermin picked up his first major league win in Atlanta the other night. 2/3 of an inning in the game yesterday. Well, that backdoor slider was such a good pitch.
It wasn't outside. He saw it outside, but it wasn't outside.
Nathan Lucas was headed to the dugout.
He thought he was out also.
Did the umpire apologize?
He said he saw it outside.
Oh. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Lucas didn't see it outside.
No, Lucas thought it was right on the corner. He was headed to the dugout. Angels dugout was hollering, really mostly because of the reaction of the batter.
Yes, that didn't help him.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and Lucas, a fly ball softly hit to center. Moving over is Joe Adell for the first out. Now 1 away, and the batter George Springer launched a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning, which gave the Blue Jays the lead. They held that lead all the way until the top of this 7th inning. The Angels finally struck back thanks to a 2-out hit by Nolan Shanawa. Springer always dangerous against the Angels, now 30 home runs lifetime. Takes ball 1. Pretty high number against one team, especially when you're not necessarily a home run hitter. Springer has 277 in his major league career.
He's been off that Astro team for a while. You play a lot of those games, especially at one point when you're playing 19 games within your division. He's been gone for quite a while.
Yeah, this is his 5th year with Toronto. Seems like he's hit a home run though every season against the Angels since he left the Blue Jays too, or since he left the Astros for the Blue Jays. As Springer looks at a strike here, it's 2-1. His career high in homers is 39. That came in that 2019 season when everybody was reaching career highs that year. He has not hit more than 25 in a season with Toronto. Yeah, a really good hitter, a lot of power, but not necessarily a slugger in that sense.
He's more of a line drive guy.
Yeah.
That ball he hit out to dead center field, that was a line shot. Sinker from Kochanowicz. He threw the ball well today. Bounced back strong after that home run.
3 balls and a strike. Got to be careful here. And Springer lines one to left for a base hit. Well, he's on for the 2nd time today, and he'll bring up Guerrero, who has 2 hits himself. Blue Jays hit into their fair share of double plays. Hit into the third most in the American League this year.
Well, they hit the ball hard. They hit a lot of baseballs on the ground, too. That's the reason why you're seeing those double plays. They don't strike out a ton.
Guerrero quickly behind here, 0-2.
Pay attention to Springer too.
What a cut.
Last few years he's been thrown out quite a bit, been caught stealing, but not this season. Successful all 10 attempts, and you got to just pay attention. You'll make him stop. He's kind of in a walking lead. Especially 0-2, you can afford to even have a pitch, not necessarily a pitch out, but throw one as if it would be a pitch out. Good job of making him aware of it.
1 balls, 2 strikes. Springer at 35 years old, but he is 10 for 10 in stolen base tries this year. Fermin ahead of Guerrero. 0 balls, 2 strikes. A liner to right for a base hit. Soler up with it quickly to keep Springer at second, but a couple of base hits here from Springer and Guerrero have the Blue Jays set up. Guerrero's 3rd hit today.
Yeah, he elevated a fastball with 2 strikes. We mentioned he don't strike out a whole lot, and he just looked to hit that ball that way.
Now Barry Enright will come out with Manny Del Campo to interpret for Fermin, as the Blue Jays put runners on 1st and 2nd with Bo Bichette due up. Stress here on Fermin as the Angels hope to keep this tied. We'll find out what's for dinner tonight at Jack in the Box.
We killed it with your new Munchie Meal, T-Pain. Pretty much, Jack.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Sad news coming in today from the Chicago White Sox. Next week they will celebrate the 20th anniversary of their 2005 World Championship team, and they will do so without the guy who got the final out, as Bobby Jenks, former big league closer, passed away from stomach cancer at just 44 years old.
So sad. He was an angel too to the system. I knew he was battling. Sending lots of prayers his way.
Jenks was drafted by the Angels initially before he made his way to the White Sox and helped them win that World Series. 2-time All-Star and good years as a closer. Sam Blum wrote that article in the Athletic a couple of months ago about Jenks's fight with cancer. It is a sad one as Bo Bichette pops this one up in foul ground. Kochanowicz almost overran it, but he does make the catch. 2 outs.
Big out there. Bichette at the plate. He's got some big time numbers in his career versus the Halos.
Here's Barger at an RBI single earlier. Mentioned the walk-off homer he hit against the Angels last year in a game that Jack Kochanowicz started. He's been really good for Toronto this year. Put up some big numbers in their minor league system a couple of years ago. Dealt with some injuries over the last couple of seasons, but become an important player for them this year. Takes ball 1. His numbers in the 7th inning or later this year. He has hit .386. That leads the majors.
And as an infielder right now, your mindset is, I got to keep this baseball in the infield no matter what.
And ball, no strikes. Chopper foul. It's Springer at second base. The go-ahead run. Guerrero's at first.
Halos got 4, 5, 6 coming up in the 8th inning. He's trying to keep it tied.
Ball, 1 strike on Barger. Just missed with that backdoor slider. It's 2-1. Archer has done all of his damage this year since May 7th. That's around the time the Blue Jays started to turn their season forward. There's a ball in the dirt, up the glove of O'Hoppe, and the runners advance to second and third. Now base hit would put the Angels in a bigger hole. A wild pitch by Fermin.
Did turn the glove the one way around there. It's a tough one to be able to scoop that one, especially when you're getting spin like that. They're gonna walk him though.
Necessarily a better option coming up though. Alejandro Kirk, although he's right-handed, you know, he's hit over 300 this year and he makes a lot of contact.
He is a contact machine, so you're going to have to make a play in the field against him.
Here we go. Bases loaded, 2 outs in a tie game, and it's Alejandro Kirk taking a strike. Kirk will likely be the other catcher for the American League All-Star team when the rosters are announced tomorrow. That'll be announced after the game here tomorrow. The ball's in a strike as Kirk takes strike 2, a bullet of a fastball.
That's paint. Now you got to be ready to that right side. More likely you're going slider or fastball down. You don't want to go fastball up like you did with Guerrero with 2 strikes 0-2, because you can put that in play. For a contact hitter, that is not a spot you want to throw.
Only 29 strikeouts for Kirk this year. Behind in the count, no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, tied up in Toronto in the 7th. Fermin trying to escape this jam. And Kirk on that pitch that you said was the wrong spot.
And he had a good hack at him.
Fouled it back. Kirk has been an all-star before. Again, he likely will be this year. Pitch was down. They got a piece.
How did he even make contact with that slider? That's why he's such a good contact hitter.
Aaron Boone calls him a hard-hitting pain in the neck. That's what you're dealing with here in this big moment in the bottom of the 7th. Tied up, bases loaded. And a foul off to the right, although hit hard.
Again, he went up and away on there.
That's O'Hoppe called that way. He wanted that one up.
So that's the pitch you can make contact with, especially a contact guy. Guerrero hit a rocket that way, up and away.
O'Hoppe set up in the middle of the play there. I was looking for another high fastball. The weakest swing was on that pitch that was down. The slider that was down was the one that Kirk was most fooled on. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, tie game. And a bouncing ball. Renifo almost got played by it, but he's able to hook it and throw out Kirk to end the inning.
Wow, what a job by Fermin to get through that with stress.
Man, these seats. Right? I wonder how the other guys are doing.
I spent hours finding a deal on these.
Trash. You should have used Game Time. The easiest way to find only the best deals for the best seats with their Game Time picks. What time is it? Game Time.
Should have used TickPick.
Wait, what'd you say?
TickPick. Look.
Oh, whoa, dude.
What? There are no hidden fees. What'd you guys think I said?
Oh, TickPick. I thought you said.
The 611 Podcast meets MLB Network. Join longtime teammates and former MVPs Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard, plus other former players for unfiltered conversations about baseball, culture, and life. Only on MLB Network.
We got our hands up in the air.
My, oh my.
Lots of great baseball comment and good guess, by the way.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
This is the show that never ends.
bench. The action begins. The T-Mobile Home Run Derby on ESPN, July 14th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Then catch the 95th Major League Baseball All-Star Game presented by MasterCard, July 15th at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Home Run Derby participants have not all been announced yet, but some are starting to roll in. Cal Raleigh, Ronald Acuna, and James Wood are participating in the Home Run Derby.
Tell you what, James Wood, he might end up being a favorite because he can hit the ball even when he gets tired. He hits the ball the other way out left field.
Guerrero has been in the Home Run Derby before.
Estrada's still in there.
Yeah, you can tell the Blue Jays are just hoping for the best here from Estrada. He's allowed 1 run in 2 innings. Guerrero was the winner of the Home Run Derby in 2023 at T-Mobile Park in Seattle.
Pretty amazing father-son win Home Run Derby.
Taylor Ward foul tips one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vlad Sr. won it when he was with the Angels in 2007 in San Francisco. One with a fly ball here to right center field. Straw backpedals and makes the catch. 1 out. Verizon reliable performance as Joe Adell stands in here. Nobody's been more reliable than Adell on this ball club and maybe even in the American League over the last month plus. Good cut there on the first pitch from Estrada.
Keep trying to pitch him upstairs. They know he hits everything down really well, but that almost drifted down right into his nitro zone.
This is now the 2nd time around for Estrada. He's faced all 9 hitters. He's allowed just a run on 2 hits in his major league debut today.
Overall, he's done a pretty solid job for him out of the bullpen.
He's given exactly what John Schneider had to be hoping for. Sure, we'll see Jeff Hoffman in the 9th inning. But the bridge to it has been paved by Estrada today. Falls behind Adell, 2 balls and a strike. Joe with that 15-game hitting streak. The longest in a single season by an Angel since Mickey Moniak, and an 18-game streak in July of 2023. Off the end of his bat, a ground ball. Moving after it is Clement, sliding, spinning, and throwing out Adell on a terrific play.
I thought he had no chance at that one. That's incredible range and awareness and a good throw. Got to the carpet in the outfield. How quick he was able to spin around and make that quick throw to first base. Scoop by Will Wagner. That's a great play. Sort over at third base today.
Soler behind here quickly. No balls, 2 strikes.
He probably comes back with another breaking ball. You just hope that one stays in the zone now.
Two and 2 on Soler. 0 for 3 today. That batting average has been dropping really for a while, well before he went on the IL. Just barely above 200 now for Soler. 1 swing, he could still break this tie. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a full count. Here in the 8th inning, the Angels have scored a run in the 1st, the 3rd, and the 7th today. Blue Jays got 1 in the 1st and 2 in the 3rd. Estrada wants a new ball before this 3-2 pitch.
I always thought when you do that, you're telling the hitter you're going to try to spin something up there, because you're looking for better seams potentially. See if that holds true.
Soler got a breaking ball and popped it up. Bichette in shallow left field makes the catch. So it's a 1-2-3 8th inning as Estrada has looked good in his big league debut.
I'll give you this brand new electric vehicle if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Just 3.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
The app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions. You can cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
Why pay too much for cable TV when it costs less for Fubo? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
SiriusXM's The Leadoff Spot is now on MLB Network. Join Steve Phillips and former MLB players Xavier Scruggs and Eduardo Perez for a recap of the night's action, preview of the day ahead, plus in-depth baseball interviews all season long on MLB Network.
Some fun conversations after the game.
There will be a lot to talk about certainly after this one is over. The Angels and Blue Jays are in a close game. Lazaro Estrada in his major league debut has kept it tight here for Toronto, allowing a run on 2 hits in just 3 innings. So he has done very well. Couldn't get a win in his big league debut if the Blue Jays score here. Leo Jimenez will be the pinch hitter for Will Wagner against the new pitcher for the Angels, and a guy who's been absolutely excellent, Reed Detmers.
Touching 98-99. That heater, slider, loves that first pitch curveball. We're going over game planning here.
Detmers has not allowed an earned run in his last 20 appearances. It's the longest streak by an Angel in 9 years since Cam Bedrosian put one together that went 25 straight appearances in 2016. Bottom of the order due up. Jimenez, then Clement and Straw. Cut by Jimenez, who came in yesterday after Andres Jimenez left the game. Ball 2 strikes from Detmers. Kochanowicz started, worked 5 1/3, allowed 3 runs. Brogdon 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs. Fermin allowed the bases to be loaded in the 7th, but nobody scored. Now Detmers here in the 8th. With a swing and a foul tip for strike 3.
So that nasty slider again. That's been the difference maker since he's been on this roll.
1 out. Clement will bat after a trip with Kia. Ernie Clement had a base hit his first time. He's 1 for 3. First pitch curveball, which Detmers lands seemingly very often. dropped out of the zone that time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big time separation between that 74 and his 90-mile-an-hour slider.
Clement takes a pitch that cracks the inside corner at 96. Talk about that separation. 22 miles an hour difference from the first pitch to the second.
Tremendous math there, Wayne. Right off the top of your head.
And another fastball.
Now that
96.
was equal. 96. I could do that math.
Yeah, that's right. 0. One ball, 2 strikes on Clement. Laid off that fastball that darted away.
Like it slipped out a little bit on his delivery.
Clement from Rochester, New York, not terribly far from here. Across Lake Ontario, and you're right back into the States. Across to Buffalo. Full count now. Detmer's had him 0-2.
He's had pretty good at bat working right now, not going after that one. It's a great spot for that fastball. Four seam has really worked for him. 29 punch outs with it.
Liner to left, and that gets down for a base hit. So Clement, after a good at bat, rallied from 0-2 to knock a base hit with 1 out here in the 8th inning.
2 good at bats in a row for Clement. Could run a little bit too.
Usually see a bunt with 1 out, but it is worth noting that Miles Straw has 6 sacrifice bunts this year, second most in the American League, and he's the batter here.
And then the thing is, though, Wayne, the team has had a tough time fielding bunts, especially in the pitcher's position. Well, I don't even think it would be a straight sacrifice bunt. It might be a bunt for a hit, because that's great speed at the plate, pretty good speed at first too. That's what that conversation has to be with O'Hoppe.
Something to think about here for the Angels with Straw coming up before it gets back to the top of the order. It is 3-3 here in the 8th. Angels trying to keep this road trip in their favor. It took 2 out of 3 in Atlanta, dropped the opener here in Toronto yesterday. They can secure at least a 500 road trip if they win here today, and would have a chance to win the series tomorrow. Some work to do in a tie game. First, keeping it tied. Straw did not show bunt on that first pitch, nor the second, as he whiffs on a slider.
The curveball slider so far against Straw.
Hooked to Renifo, somehow catches it, throws to second base too late. Renifo was unable to steady himself on his feet as that one hop hit toward him off the bat of Straw knocked him over. And on the throw to second, Clement outruns it.
When he goes down to that knee, sometimes it's tough to get that balance.
An infield hit for Straw. Now some serious pressure for Detmers. First and second, 1 out, with Lucas coming up.
A lot of speed too on the bases for the Jays. They don't run a lot.
Clement at second base, Straw at first. It's 0-2 on Lucas. Seems like Detmers has gotten ahead of just about everybody in this inning. He's allowed back-to-back hits. Straw is definitely the faster of the two runners here. No balls, 2 strikes with runners on first and second. A fly ball to right center field. Adele is right there as he backs into it and makes the catch. The runners hold, 2 outs, but now it's Springer.
Nice job by Adele getting in as quick as possible to make sure he doesn't get to third, because you take that nasty slider way in the dirt. The man on third.
Not a guy that Angels fans would want to see in this moment. Although he's done nothing against Detmers, 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts.
Well, you know he throws that first pitch curveball a lot, and Springer swings the first pitch a lot. Make sure it's in a good spot.
Second straight inning, really the third straight inning, where the Blue Jays have had a chance with a man in scoring position. 0-1 to Springer.
Gassed him upstairs, 96.
Davis Schneider struck out with 2 on to end the 6th inning. The Blue Jays left the bases loaded in the 7th when Kirk bounced out. Now it's Springer with 2 on here in the 8th. Tie game. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan Zefferjohn is up in the Angels bullpen. Guerrero looms in the on-deck circle. Detmers trying to keep it locked in, a tie game. 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th. And Springer with a drive to center. It's playable, looks like, for Adele. Shy of the track, he's got it. And another scoreless inning for Detmers.
Next level Detmers on that one there, coming into that spot with those batters coming through again.
SexRx by Hims is a range of daily ED treatments customized to do more, if prescribed. Treatment includes medication for sexual health, plus an added benefit like testosterone support, or fuller hair, or vitality, and more. Doctor trusted and delivered discreetly to your door. Feel prepared at any moment, and your best in all the rest. Find your SexRx at hims.com.
Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. Call 844-6LeafGuard right now for 75% off installation plus $200 off your purchase. LeafGuard, get it today. Protected for life.
Sports Network brought to you by UCI Health. Compassionate expert care for everyone in the region. Learn more at ucihealth.org. And by Jack in the Box, get so much more in the new T-Pain Munchie Meal. Angels bullpen has done a nice job to keep the Blue Jays at 3. They have not scored since the 3rd inning. Angels tied it up in the 7th against Lazaro Estrada in his major league debut, and he is still out there in his 4th inning of work now, facing Logan O'Hoppe. It's a swing and a miss to start the 9th. Ernie Clement has moved over to first base from second base. Leo Jimenez, who came on as a pinch hitter, is now at second base. So Clement in his 3rd different position today. Meanwhile, Estrada gets ahead 0-2 on O'Hoppe. I mean, this guy has come up from AAA, where he made 15 starts, had just average numbers at best. And in his big league debut today, he has whirled 3 pretty good innings, and now is working on a 4th in a close game.
Really, really impressive. Just hoping for something missed in.
He strikes out O'Hoppe. 3rd strikeout for Estrada.
Pulled off on that breaking ball.
You know, after this game, he's going to be rewarded with a trip back to Buffalo. You know, they're going to get another fresh arm in here. Really, what he's done today is just keep the bullpen out of it. Nick Sandlin pitched 1 inning in relief of Scherzer, worked the 5th. It's been all Estrada since then. He's only allowed a run on 2 singles. It's in his 4th inning here. Rengifo has one of the hits. He scored on a 2-out game-tying single by Kochanowicz. 2 balls, no strikes on Luis Rengifo. Ground ball toward the middle as Jimenez gets to it.
Dr. Hyundai key for the game today. Free will, looking for a pitch. See if he can do some damage. For the guy up here that can do some damage if he gets his pitch.
Angels will take a shot with Lamont Wade pinch hitting for Stevens. It's 3-3 in the 9th inning. The Angels have managed only 2 base runners in 3 2/3 innings against Estrada, who has incredible poise for being in this situation in his first major league game. He pitched the back 4 innings of a tight game here.
And going through a lineup a couple times through.
It's unreal. Very little stress. Blue Jays in the bottom of the 9th will have Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger. As Wade strikes out, and this has been an incredible debut for Lazaro Estrada. He's retired 7 in a row. In 4 innings of work, he's allowed 1 run.
I think the sneaky team to watch is the Giants.
It's going to be fun to watch this staff. That is the best ballpark in the world to pitch in San Francisco.
A lot of experience up top.
I like where this team's headed.
High drive! It is out of here! Doesn't get any better than this.
Logan Webb might be the most underappreciated quality starting pitcher in all of baseball.
If this Giants team is going to make noise, it's going to be because of their starting rotation.
Yeah.
For me, it's really important for us to establish an identity.
You're going to be talking about the Giants in September again.
Think you know Kyle Schwarber?
He's not playing lawyer ball. He's looking to do damage and hit home runs. Kyle Schwarber gets it. And that's why, despite not being our prototype, he's one of our very favorite players.
Get in the know with MLB Now on MLB Network. Introducing baseball's all-new national pregame show, MLB Tonight, live at 5. Join Greg, Harold, and Dan and a star-studded roster for a preview of all the night's matchups. Get a first look at the lineups.
Everything looks good right now for the Yankees.
First take from the players.
I'm just excited to put any pair of cleats on.
And the first of many breakdowns every game night. A full night of baseball starts at 5. MLB Tonight's national pregame show, live at 5 Eastern on MLB Network.
The major league debut of Lazaro Estrada has been incredibly impressive out of the bullpen. Guy who's been a starter at AAA, working 4 innings, allowing 1 run, striking out 4. And he could get a win in his big league debut if the Blue Jays score here in the bottom of the 9th.
And been very, very efficient. It was 4 innings. It's 47 pitches. 33 strikes.
It's hard to believe how good he's been here today. Here is Kenley Jansen, trying to hold it down in a tie game and send this one to extras. The Angels went to 10 innings last night. Didn't score their ghost runner, and the Blue Jays did. He's got to go through Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger to get it to extras here in the bottom of the 9th. Kevin Newman is now at second base for the Angels after Lamont Wade struck out as a pinch hitter. Closing the roof here as this bottom of the ninth inning begins, with Guerrero leading it off. Ball does carry, for whatever it's worth, a little bit less here when the roof is closed. Apparently there's a storm headed this way, and that's why they got a roof. No big deal. 1 ball, no strikes on Guerrero. Taking all the way. Looks at a strike. Is that about?
It's almost like the timing was off and he just stepped out.
Only 12 homers, but tremendous power. Mentioned his home run derby win a couple of years ago. He can end it on one swing. There's no question. 2 balls, 1 strike here. You know,
Slider.
It's interesting with Jansen. If you look back to Thursday, the Angels had a 4-run lead in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Jansen didn't get into the game. It was 5-0 going into the 9th inning, but 5-1 after a homer. Jansen did not end up pitching in that game, which is a good thing because he wouldn't be pitching today if he did. He had to come in to work last night as well.
And you wonder, you're at home one or the 9th inning. This is a bigger inning right here. Does it get it in the 10th inning? It's always more difficult too for Kenley Jansen with a man starting at second.
Yeah, it's roulette at that point. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Guerrero. And that's right in there, strike 3, right down the middle.
A sinker. I think it froze him because he was anticipating a little spin on the cutter. See the ball well that entire at bat, really. Took a pitch down the middle, takes a called 3rd strike down the middle. Careful first pitch to Bichette here.
Bichette 1 for 4 today. Lines one foul. A good hack to that first pitch. Jeff Hoffman had been up in the Blue Jays bullpen. Seems like he's throwing right now, but he's standing there. We'll just let Estrada pitch a million innings.
He has 47 pitches.
That's all the way to the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Changing eye levels to another level. This is a pretty amazing stadium, though, when you think about it. 89 was the first time.
It was such a marvel when it first opened, Sky Dome, and it has certainly held up over the decades. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Bichette fouls one off. The roof kind of curves around and then comes together in the middle. As the roof closes up. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bo Bichette. And a foul. Is that distracting at all? I mean, it's just kind of happening around here.
I don't really ever you don't see that in the middle of an inning when it's closing like this. If anything, you would hope if you're on the mound it would be a distraction for the hitter, but it doesn't seem to be.
It's more in the pitcher's purview than it is the hitter's. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bichette. A swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Slider. So he struck out Guerrero on a sinker, and then he strikes out Bichette on a slider. Always talk about the cutter.
Addison Barger looks at strike 1. Mentioned before the walk-off homer he hit against the Angels last year. He got one this year too. He's hit 11 home runs since becoming a regular for them back in the first week of May. Big cut there, but it's 0-2.
Good cutter up there. He has great spin rate on his cutters. way above average for that pitch.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Kenley Jansen strikes out the side in a tie game in the bottom of the ninth.
3 different pitches for 3 punch-outs in the inning for Kenley Jansen, future Hall of Famer.
SiriusXM's The Leadoff Spot is now on MLB Network. Join Steve Phillips and former MLB players Xavier Scruggs and Eduardo Perez for a recap of the night's action, preview of the day ahead, plus in-depth baseball interviews all season long on MLB Network.
Let's talk Orioles, a powerhouse and getting better.
They have a lot of young players, and you know they're going to take another step.
High, deep, way out of here. That ball was barbecue.
Leave it up to the kid to do something special.
These guys are superstar players.
Talk about smacking the opponent in the mouth from pitch one.
That's the day in, day out, and finding a way to win.
They've done an incredible job of bringing up this homegrown talent.
Take a bow, young man. The good vibes are back in Baltimore.
Every game night is a chance to go big with MLB Big Inning. Join Matt Yeloff on baseball's only nightly show that brings you the biggest plays of the night, live and commercial-free.
Strikes him out.
No one stacks more clutch plays into one live show with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire. It's a walk-off winner.
Change up game night with baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Every night, all season long on MLB.tv. Presented by BetMGM.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance, Sundays at 11:30 Eastern.
I want to talk about the Angels. They're my big surprise team of 2025.
The Angels make sure the halo will shine brightly tonight.
The energy level and the swag and the confidence.
It is Trelliher.
Game's on notice.
Magneto magnificent.
High octane. It is fuel. It is hot. It's
How good was Kenley Jansen in that bottom of the ninth against the middle of the order, striking out the side?
Oh, incredible when you use 3 different pitches to strike out the side there too, with those guys coming in the plate.
So now it's extra innings again. Second straight day for the Angels and Blue Jays to be tied through 9. As Zach Neto leads off the 10th against Braden Fisher, the new pitcher. Neto showing bunt. Takes a strike. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to bunt here with one of your best hitters. You're in a tie game on the road. 1 run generally is not enough with this ghost runner at second base.
Especially Neto swinging the bat. This have a lot of trust to hit the ball the other way.
Yeah, he should. And now he's in an 0-2 hole trying to bunt. Again, it makes no sense whatsoever to try to bunt here. Braden Fisher, kind of a breaking ball specialist, throws a lot of curveballs and sliders.
Yeah, you're talking nearly 78% of his pitches are breakable between his curve and his sliders. Fastball pretty firm, but he only throws it 20% of the time.
He's got a lot of strikeouts too. 34 in 24 innings, only 5 walks. Neto showing bunt with 2 strikes.
I think I heard a whistle in the dugout. I wonder if he was doing that on his own. They're saying swing away there.
1 ball, 2 strikes now on Neto. And he does swing and he rips 1 foul.
Nice play down that line there too, keeping that in front.
Both bullpens have been good today. The Angels pen has not given up a run. The Blue Jays allowed 1. Estrada in his major league debut, excellent. Now Neto with a fly ball. This should move the runner over deep to center. As Straw backpedals to get to it near the warning track. And Kevin Newman takes third on the long throw in.
Productive out right there by Neto. Especially after 2 bunt attempts.
Swinging the bat, you know, he's at least able to move the runner over that way. You give him a chance to drive in the run outright. Try to get a big inning going. He flies out.
In for the guy that you want here now. Clutched up last time up. The 7th inning to tie the game up. Trying to give the Halos a chance to take the lead here.
Kochanowicz tied it in the 7th with a base hit to score Renifo. Ryan Zefferjohn is loosening in the Angels bullpen. Looks like he'll pitch the bottom of the 10th. Little bouncer, and it's Fisher near the mound to grab it and keep the runner at third. Boy, oh boy.
Got him to go after that curveball below the strike zone.
Now the Angels squandered their chance with the automatic runner at second base to start the 10th inning yesterday. And they're hoping to come through here. Trout's going to be intentionally walked.
For the guy coming to play with has the most RBIs on your team.
It's a lot of respect for the baseball card of Trout right there, who's now on base for the 3rd time today. As Taylor Ward bats, 20 homers, 58 RBIs, leads the team in both categories. He has singled and walked today, facing this rookie pitcher, Braden Fisher. He gets a call at the top of the zone. Haven't seen that call to strike all day. Three in the 10th. Ward had a good pitch to hit there, but fouled it. 0-2. Pause for a word from Jack in the Box.
We killed it with your new Munchie Meal, T-Pain.
Pretty much, Jack.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
He does have a firm fastball. He doesn't throw a lot of them. So you think now has a chance to make some contact on a breaking ball here. Very difficult to get anything by in the dirt against Kirk behind the plate.
Newman at third, Trout at first, 2 outs. And Ward rolls one to Bichette. Again, the Angels cannot score with the runner at second to start an inning.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way. Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
This is the show that never ends.
Turn on MLB Tonight's all-new national pregame show live at 5 as Greg, Harold, and Dan preview all the night's matchups.
Premier talent.
I'm just excited to put any pair of cleats on.
MLB Tonight's national pregame show, weekdays on MLB Network.
Did he do it? An absolute beast unleashed. You are unbelievable.
Racking them up, all I do is win. Spot that hashtag like a boss. Yeah, that's how I roll. Keep on nailing and never miss it back. Enjoy the show.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Good morning. Love spending our day with you.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Let your swing get you back to 50-50.
Interviews with the players.
Paul Games. This is game-changing, people.
If I ever get the chance to do this, I'm never saying no.
And a little bit.
It's a scam. No one's that happy.
This is a look of everything else. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
The Blue Jays got one in thanks to this bunt from Ernie Clement and a throw that got away from Sam Bachman.
Yeah, that's the play right there as a pitcher. You immediately, as soon as you throw the baseball, you go right to the third base line. A little hesitation by Sam Bachman there.
Alejandro Kirk will lead it off with Barger at second base.
Pretty good speed at second. You got a contact hitter. Kochanowicz playing in as if he might bunt.
Last time we saw Zefferjohn, he gave up a lot of runs against the Braves. And the only loss in that series. Zefferjohn turning to second to see if Kirk would show his hand on a potential bunt attempt.
And that was the only reason why you do that.
Barger at second, placed there by the commissioner in the bottom of the 10th. With this score tied at 3. It's ball 1 to Kirk. Especially tough for a pitcher to come into this situation with the runner at second when you're the visiting team. That's the winning run now out there at second base.
No sacrifice bunt, so he's not bunting.
Blue Jays have 20. He's not bunting, but the guy on deck would if Kirk walks here. 2 balls, no strikes. Roof is now fully closed. This becomes an indoor game here at Rogers Center. 3-0 on Kirk.
They're just going to walk him.
Yeah, might as well.
Yes.
Make the Blue Jays make the plays here because Jimenez is going to try to bunt.
And your play as a pitcher again, especially right-handed batter. And he's going to try to bunt, make the third baseman feel as soon as you throw the baseball as a pitcher, you go directly towards third base side of the infield. If he bunts it back up the middle, you try to react because you can still make a play go to first, and then you walk and load the bases. But this is the play you've worked on all spring, every time at home. And you got to want the baseball if you're a pitcher. You've got to want to field this ball and throw it to third base.
So pinch runner at first for Kirk. It's the other catcher, Tyler Heineman. A little more speed there. Kochanowicz comes all the way in. The bunt hits Jimenez in the batter's box. You know, Rengifo too has to be decisive. We saw him yesterday. We've seen him a couple of times get in between on whether he should be covering third base or charging the play.
Look, he was coming in on that one.
He was charging on that one.
I stay back. He's staying back now, I think, on this play.
Especially if Kochanowicz going to come all the way in. You don't need Rengifo to come in. The ball's in a strike on Jimenez. Kochanowicz creeps all the way toward the plate, and Jimenez misses the bunt. I mean, it looked like he was kind of peeking at Kochanowicz.
Yeah.
He's so close.
He's like, hey, look at him right there. He's trying to hit that ball by him.
He's almost in the line of sight of the batter by the time the pitch crosses through. Kochanowicz right there in his face. Now we'll see if the alignment changes with 2 strikes.
He's called him out on that one.
That's pitch timer violation.
Yes. We'll take that one.
Strike 3 called to Leo Jimenez. Now John Schneider comes out. Now, we hardly ever see pitch timer violations anymore.
I think I've seen one in quite a while.
That one with Moncada in Sacramento. That was 2 months ago almost.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's almost very similar. He was wondering, was it a bunt attempt or not? And then he wasn't back in that batter's box by that 8 seconds.
Well, that's a big out. And it comes on a pitch timer violation for strike 3. Got to be in there at 8 seconds looking at the pitcher, and he wasn't. So 1 away. Here's Ernie Clement. And he pops it up. Foul ground. Kochanowicz chasing, but it's out of play. It was Clement who had the bunt yesterday that turned into the walk-off. He's in into 7 double plays this year.
Is it play there?
Clement has 2 hits today. And he chops this one to Kochanowicz, who will have a play at first in front of him. He takes it himself. 2 outs, and the runners advance to second and third.
They have a lot of speed at the plate right now.
Be unconventional with 2 outs, but I wonder if you worry about a bunt here.
That's exactly what my point is. When he can push the bunt to the right side, and you got Kochanowicz playing pretty deep there. Same thing with Newman. Although as a right-handed pitcher, you fall a little bit that way, so you might still have a play.
Miles Straw takes strike 1. 98 from Zephyr John. Angels would have Adele, Soler, and O'Hoppe do up in the 11th. And get a second chance to knock in the ghost runner.
Taylor Ward would be that runner out at second.
Still tied, winning run on third with 2 outs. Straw pops it up. Shallow right. Newman is out with the angle. He makes the catch.
What a job by Zephyr John. Wow, what a job.
Catch up on all the baseball action with a triple play. Kevin Millar, Ryan Dempster, and Sierra Santos. 3 hosts joined by baseball's biggest stars for the best interview in baseball. Intentional Talk. Weekdays only on MLB Network.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Good morning. Love spending our day with you.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Let your swing get you back to 50-50.
Interviews with the players.
Games. This is game-changing, people.
If I ever get the chance to do this, I'm never saying no.
And a little bit.
It's a scam. No one's that happy.
This is a look of everything else. The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
It's a great night for baseball.
This matchup features some of the best talent in the game.
A lot of power, a lot of marquee names.
Here we go. Buckle up, folks. There's a guy who wants to be in the spotlight. The bats have come alive. A showstopper. We're just playing Powerball.
This place doesn't know what hit him.
These teams are entertaining, are they not?
The show continues. Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network.
By Ryan Jefferson at the bottom of the 10th, keeping it a tie game.
I mean, I'm saying you got to play for multiple runs here, especially with that top of the order coming up for the Jays. One would be nice, but multiple runs would be better.
Blue Jays have not scored since the 3rd inning. They have left 9 men on base in the last 5 innings. And it will be Joe Adele to lead off the 11th. Before that, we'll send it downstairs to Erica.
Murray was talking before the game about how they can get over the hump, over being 500, and it's what you saw in that last half inning that will help get them there. He talked about executing on the little things. Obviously, much more aggressive on that bunt defense, the fundamental part of the game. You have to execute the little things that they talk about, multiple things that could have changed the course of the game last night. Obviously, a focus for the Angels in this one tonight.
Now, today it's been the Blue Jays that have done the scuffling with men in scoring position. Toronto's 1 for 13. And they've left 13 men on base, although the Angels 2 for 9, not that much better. But here's Joe Adele with a chance to extend the hitting streak and give the Angels the lead. He fouls off the first pitch from Fisher in his 2nd inning of work.
Remember, Joe Adele slugging percentage versus breaking balls this season, well over 600.
Adele has been on fire really since the very end of May. It is more than a hot stretch at this point. It has become the norm for Joe Adele over the last 6 weeks to be one of the best hitters in baseball. He's behind in the count here, 0-2.
Yeah, 611 slugging percentage versus breaking pitches with 2 sliders in a row. Got a lot of the plate.
Toronto took a 3-2 lead in the 3rd inning. The Angels have scored the only run since then. In the 11th now. Adele skies one up toward the roof of the former Sky Dome. And Clement makes the catch. One out. Heineman now behind the plate with Alejandro Kirk lifted for a pinch runner last inning. Blue Jays have used everyone on their bench except Andres Jimenez, who we don't even know if is available. Here is Soler. 0 for 4 today.
No longer Kirk behind the plate now, though.
Yeah, Tyler Heineman back there.
Well, he's solid defensively himself, but Kirk is phenomenal keeping pitches in front of him. Just one in the dirt.
Angels have only had 2 hits since Scherzer left the game after 4 innings. The Blue Jays have had a lot of scoring chances against the Angels bullpen, but they have not pushed one in since Kochanowicz left the game. Springer's 2-run homer in the 3rd, the last time Toronto scored. 1 ball, 1 strike on Soler. He seemed to lay off. He did. 2 balls and a strike.
Walked it off against the Jays at the Big A. This would be a good time to have a second big hit against the Jays.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Soler. Lays off again. It's a full count.
Still think he's going to see another one. It was anyhow 3-2.
He throws these breaking balls about 70% of the time, generally, between the curveball and the sliders. So, good chance we'll see another. 3-2. And it was a breaking ball, ball 4.
Ooh, that was real close. That was real close.
Soler works his way on.
That angle looked like he held up on it. This angle did hold up. Good call.
So here is Logan O'Hoppe, who has a base hit today. He's 1 for 4. A guy who typically handles the breaking ball well, unless it's a hanger. Lays off the first one.
Fisher has a pretty solid slider there. That's a tight one.
Ward at second base, now Soler at first. Angels trying to break through here in the 11th inning. O'Hoppe loops it off the end of his bat, shallow center. Out goes Jimenez. In comes Straw, and it's Straw with that closing speed to make the catch. 2 outs. A win would get the Angels back to 500. They've been there a lot. This would be the 11th time this year. If they are able to get the win today. For the Blue Jays, they're trying to win their 7th in a row. Holding first place in the American League East.
Well, if he pulls one of those breaker balls down the right field line, he's got a good chance to score a couple runs.
Strike 1 to Luis Rengifo, who does have a base hit today. He has scored one of the Angels' 3 runs today. Nice pick by Heineman. He'll throw behind Ward at second, chasing him back.
It's not a bad play too. You're keeping that secondary lead a little bit closer. No, you're not necessarily going to get him, Taylor Ward, to second. You're just trying to keep him close. If there's a base hit into the outfield.
1 ball, 1 strike on Rengifo. Angels play so many close games. Generally, the ones they lose seem to just linger in your mind. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A swing and a miss as the Angels once again, for the 3rd straight inning in this series with the automatic runner, do not score.
I'm Jason.
And I'm Kelly.
And we built our TimberTech deck.
There's a question if we were able to do this ourselves. We just decided to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the hardest part of the whole project was just getting the materials out of the truck.
We wanted a product that looked like real wood, but maybe didn't have the same wear and tear as real wood. This is our forever home, so it's great to have TimberTech and have the longevity of the product.
It looks amazing, and now the family can enjoy it for years to come. That's one of the things that we're so excited about.
Think you know Kyle Schwarber?
He's not playing lawyer ball. He's looking to do damage and hit home runs. Kyle Schwarber gets it. And that's why, despite not being our prototype, he's one of our very favorite players.
Get in the know with MLB Now on MLB Network.
Turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire.
MLB Big Inning, every game night on MLB.tv.
It is the bottom of the 11th. The Angels have not scored in the 10th or the 11th today with the ghost runner, nor in the 10th inning yesterday.
Now they got to deal with Miles Straw with his speed at second base here too, which is a huge advantage for the Jays. Huge.
Nathan Lucas 1 for 4 today, a single and 2 runs scored. He's walked as well. He'll show his bunt, and he'll push it into a spot where nobody is standing. Almost impossible scenario for Zephyr-John to try to work out of. Springer, Guerrero, and Bichette due up with the winning run on third and no outs. Ball 1 at 99 to Springer.
That play right there, pitcher's always going towards the third baseline, but also if they're not going there, you have to go hard for that ball if you're Rengifo over third base too.
1 ball, 1 strike on Springer, who does have a walk-off hit in his career against the Angels. 6 lifetime.
That's a strikeout in his game, Zephyr-John, and he needs a punch out here.
Yeah, badly. 2 balls and a strike though on Springer. Again, against a team that doesn't strike out a lot. Yeah. The Blue Jays have struck out 6 times today. Half of those were Jansen. Two balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Springer trying to hit that one to the upper deck. All he needs to do is push one past the infield.
99.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Angels trying to avoid a second straight frustrating extra inning loss in Toronto. It's a full count on Springer. 100 on that one from Zephyr-John, who's given it all he has here. Full count pitch. And a line drive caught by a leaping Newman.
What a play that was. Ball was hit hard too. Fastball down. Jumping play by Newman. They're going to walk him here to load the bases now.
Newman at the top of his leap, snagging that line drive. So Guerrero will get the free pass with a base open. Second base in this case. The intentional walk will load him up for Bo Bichette. Now Barry Enright will come to the mound to discuss what to do from here. Bichette has hit into several double plays this season. He's 1 for 5 today with a strikeout. See John Schneider being consoled there by Don Mattingly A great former Yankee and the bench coach now for the Blue Jays. Toronto today 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position. The Angels 2 for 12. That's why this game has remained low scoring despite some runs being knocked in the first few innings of this game.
The Shed is hit in the ground ball rate is 47.5%.
The Angels will keep their infield all the way in. They will not try to turn a double play up the middle. Good speed at third with the winning run there, Miles Straw. 0-1 to Bichette on a ball that kicked around home plate, but O'Hoppe has it near him. Sometimes we see teams deploy a 5-man infield here. The Angels keeping 4 on the infield and 3 in the outfield. Put Taylor Ward there up the middle. Wave and a miss on a good slider.
Tight slider there from Zephyr-John. Bichette was on that on-deck, or at least in the dugout, watching some of those pitches that Springer saw. Even though he hit it hard, still 99 to 100.
1 ball, 1 strike, bases loaded in the 11th, 1 out. A Squibber foul off the end of the bat. Now 1-2. Bichette only 62 strikeouts entering today. Struck out though in his last at bat.
Still feel it's going to be up to Kochanowicz or Newman to make a play here on the infield if he makes contact.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Got him!
Wow, that had some serious bite to that sweeper. Wow. He doesn't punch out a whole lot, but on that pitch, once you commit to swinging at it, some serious tilt to it.
Now 2 outs. The infield can back up, and so can the outfield. They can play at normal depth for Addison Barger. Ryan Zephyr-John trying to walk the ultimate tightrope in the bottom of the 11th. Swing and a miss by Barger.
And keep an eye on this to make sure you're relaxing under control for Zephyr-John with Straw at third.
Zephyr-John allowed the game to get away in Atlanta the other night. Tonight, trying to reverse that course. Barger lines it. Kochanowicz can't make the play, and the ball game is over.
Boy, Barger does it again. Makes good contact, gets it by Kochanowicz. This went out and reached it.
The hard hit ball, 97 miles an hour off the bat. It's the 3rd walk-off hit for Barger. The 2 against the Angels, both in games started by Kochanowicz here in Rogers Center. As Kochanowicz just could not scoop that short hop.
Tough one here for the Halos. Thought Zephyr-John was going to make it through that. Unable to do so.
It's the 7th straight win for the Blue Jays. They take it in 11 innings, 4-3. We'll be back to wrap it up.
I'll give you this brand new
electric vehicle
if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Just 3.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
The app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions. You can cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
We got our hands up in the air, 'cause it's a party. We having fun next level. Oh, my goodness.
Lots of great baseball coming. And good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
What a moment! This is the show that never ends.
This time an 11-inning loss to the Blue Jays. They've lost 2 in a row to start this series, both in extras. They'll try to avoid a sweep tomorrow as they play the finale of this road trip. Coverage starts at 10 a.m. here on FanDuel Sports Network. Coming up next, Angels Live postgame with Doobie and Erica, presented by OC Navigator. For them, I'm Wayne Rattazzo saying goodnight from Toronto.
The Mets were a great story last season.
He did it! He did it!
You got to think the expectations are sky high. They know that they're built to win. I love the additions.
Juan Soto to the Mets. It's real. This is landscape changing. That changes the arc of the Mets.
We want to make a dynasty.
Really like their bullpen a lot.
The ball game is over. Put it in the book.
It's going to take everything from everybody.
We got to stay together and we got to post up.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field. We're able to use our platform and let these kids know that dreams are reachable.
It's very important to leave something behind to show our gratitude.
Stand up to cancer.
We are attacking your offices.
Together. 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 Together.
second straight game, the Blue Jays walk off the halos, and for the second time in his career, it's Addison Barger walking it off against the Angels as we welcome you to Angels Live Postgame presented by OC Navigator. 4-3 the final score, this one ending in 11 innings. The Angels will look to avoid the sweep Sunday from Toronto. We welcome you back inside the Rogers Center alongside Mark Gubiza, Erica Weston with you. Tough one, back-to-back walk-off losses, Gooby, but hey, you need to give a lot of credit to Ryan Zefferjohn, who bounced back after a real tough outing in Atlanta, nearly escaped this one.
Exactly, Erica. What happened to him in Atlanta, he bounced back and did a good job in the 10th and looked like he was going to get through that 11th inning. Also getting Bichette to swing at a pitch well out of the strike zone. I thought, okay, here we go, going to the 11th and beyond that. So, but unfortunately, the Angels have not been able to score in the extra innings so far. But but Zefferjohn was really good. I'm really proud of him. He had his fastball going. He touched 99 to 100 miles an hour. His sweeper had great bite to it. He did everything he could to get that another inning further, but unable to get that play done.
We know that he's thrown the baseball hard, but see him hit 100. He seemed to be emptying the tank, giving it everything he's got to try to keep that one tied.
Yeah, Erica, he's a battler. He's a fighter out there on the mound, and you could tell that it was so important for him to go out and perform at the highest level after that tough one down there in Atlanta. The last few have been tough for him, but he's really re-established himself, I think, with his teammates on how well he threw the ball today.
All right, let's take a look at how this game unfolded. Addison Barger had his hand at the beginning of this one. Gooby, how about this play in the outfield to get Mike at home plate?
I mean, he got himself in perfect throwing position, and what a perfect throw right on that third base side of the plate, and Trout unable to slide around him and ended up getting it out there. A double play there. One-run score. You were hoping for a bigger inning there, but, you got Springer.
Shocker, Springer dinger.
Yeah, 30th career home run. That was one of those pitches that was upstairs, a little bit more so on the sinker. You want to stay down, target down, stay down for Kochanowicz on that one. Overall, I thought Jack threw the ball really, really well there. That mistake right there. But then the right guy at that point to get up to the plate to be able to tie the game. And, Kochanowicz has done that so often, making good contact there to tie that ball game up. And we stayed there for quite some time.
Yeah, he ties the game up in the 7th inning. The Angels bullpen, though, Gooby, they stayed strong as well. Fermin did a nice job once again out of the pen.
I mean, when you're facing this Jays lineup, I mean, they're scoring runs in bunches. They've been really, really hot for quite some time. And be able to go through like they did and pitch as well. And boy, Reed Devers, how good has he been? He continues just to wow everybody with his stuff. He may not have been throwing 99, but was 96. His slider was good, curveball, and then Kenley Jansen.
Striking out the side,
he
no
struck
sweat.
out on a sinker, slider, and cutter. Usually we think of Kenley Jansen with strikeouts as a cutter. He used 3 types of pitches to punch out the side to give the Angels a chance in the extra innings, but unable to make contact there, but the good contact with the leg on the back.
I like that. I missed that. He'll need a new stick for tomorrow. And then the walk-off play, courtesy of Addison Barger. Kochanowicz just can't make the play on this one. Jays send themselves home winners.
I mean, they do generally make contact. That's why it was so shocking when Bo Bichette struck out there. You thought, okay, maybe he got a shot, but that ball get down and stayed low. We talk about how incredibly quick this infield is. So if you're an infielder, you got to be ready to think and look to see that baseball is going to stay low and going to stay on the ground, and unable to be able to get that play with Kochanowicz.
Well, apparently he's got a clutch gene. 3 career walk-off hits, 2 of those coming against the Angels, Gooby. But a big reason why this game was headed into extra innings, Estrada coming out of the bullpen in his major league debut, 4 innings, 1 earned run allowed. He did not look nervous out there at all.
And he only threw 47 pitches in 4 innings. I mean, he was phenomenal out there with 4 punch-outs, no walks. Usually, when you're making your debut, you're going to walk a few people. You're going to be a little bit erratic in the strike zone, but he was absolutely dominant. Yes, he did give up the lead, but only 1 run. When you go 4 innings, 2 hits, just 1 run allowed, no walks, 4 strikeouts. I mean, he gave everything possible for this Jays bullpen, which you can tell has been taxed. You're going out between him and Fisher, getting a lot of outs from guys that haven't been around a whole long time in the big leagues, but they were very, very effective out of the bullpen for him.
The Angels were just 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position, left 10 men on base. The Blue Jays on the other side left 16 men on base. So credit to their bullpen, specifically Estrada, for keeping them in this ball game. Stick with us. More post-game reaction ahead. A tough one tonight for the 2nd night in a row for the Halos. The Blue Jays walk it off back-to-back nights against the Angels. More on this extra innings loss on the other side of the break. Angels Live is presented by the OC Healthcare Agency. Navigate to a healthier you at angels.ocnavigator.org. Two in the books here from the 6th. The finale comes your way on Sunday afternoon, well, Sunday morning back at home. The Blue Jays walk it off back-to-back nights. This one ending in 11 innings. Addison Barger, the hero, once again. Starting pitchers in this one, Gooby, Jack Kochanowicz, youth being served, and the future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer getting the start. Just 4 innings today for Max Scherzer.
Yeah, he threw a lot of pitches there. He had to battle his way through. He had 4 strikeouts in there, you know, but you got a guy that's about 41 years old versus a guy that's got 2 years in the big leagues. But it was fun just to watch those guys go out there and compete. After that 2-run home run by Springer, though, Jack Kochanowicz went back to his normal self and got 10 ground ball outs. And that's his game, ground balls, but you got to keep that sinker downstairs. And I thought during the course of the game, a good adjustment from the sinker up that Springer hits out of the ballpark here. You see on the left, that's a sinker. He went down, but it stayed up in the strike zone. I think if you start with the target down and then work below the strike zone like you did on that strikeout on the right-hand side, be able to get ground balls there, I think that's going to end up being better. End up being a 5-4-3 double play. But here again, that sinker, when he stays on top, the target's set down, he can get that swing and miss. It's very, very important for Kochanowicz to be able to center in and concentrate on that lower third of the strike zone, because you will get more and more swings at that pitch when it starts at the knees and ends up below the strike zone, whether it's a sinker or even the changeup.
Yeah, it was surprising to not see a lot of ground balls early on in the game. He had only one double play turned behind him in those 5 1/3 innings of work. That's his game.
Yeah, that is his game, but I thought the adjustment made, I think it really came down to Logan O'Hoppe and him got on the same page as far as setting that target low and making sure that pitch stayed at that lower third.
Well, that's a good outing for Jack Kochanowicz. Certainly something that he can build off of as far as being able to settle in. As far as the offense goes, the hit streak, Gooby, for Joe Adell ends at 15 games, but he is responsible for driving in that first run of the game today against Max Scherzer, drawing that bases-loaded walk.
Pretty good at bat, too. There was a couple of close borderline pitches, didn't go after. That's what we've been saying, been so impressive. And then he gets, he gets a sac fly in there. So he had 2 at-bats, 2 RBIs, and not had an official at-bat at that point where, okay, he still has a shot to keep that hitting streak going when he came into the game at 15, but a batting average of 373. But there was some pretty good plays, pretty good pitches to him, because right now, if you're the Jays pitching staff, you're thinking, he's the guy we got to really keep an eye on, because he could do the most damage as far as power and swings against the Angels so far. But that was an incredible play by Clement, who moved over from third base over to second base to make that play.
How about in the 11th inning, this one, too? One opportunity, you knew there was a good chance it was going to come to the end after that great play by Clement, but pops out to Clement again to end the streak.
Yeah, I mean, he battled as hard as he could and best he could there in swinging the bat, knowing how important he is for this team, what he could do as far as damage done, but unable to get the job done. But still, 2 RBIs in there, giving him a 52 on the season.
It was crazy. He came up twice with the bases loaded, and they were certainly focusing in on him being at the plate. All right, more post-game reaction coming your way. There was a first today here in Toronto. Chad Stevens collecting his first big league hit off of a guy you may have heard of in Max Scherzer. More on that, I'm sure, to come tomorrow. More reaction next.
What's been going on?
A star is born, talking about Jackson Chourio.
Chourio flips the scoreboard with a 4-pointer. He's coming into his own right before our eyes.
That truly believe in the presence and the person that Jackson Chourio is.
You have to love the versatility he brings. He can play left field, he can play right field.
Youngest player in MLB history to record 20-plus homers, 20-plus stolen bases.
This is the first Brewer that had 2 home runs in a postseason game.
Jackson Chourio! It's a great night for baseball.
This matchup features some of the best talent in the game. A lot of power, a lot of marquee names.
Here we go. Buckle up, folks. There's a guy who wants to be in the spotlight. The bats have come alive. A showstopper. We're just playing Powerball.
This place doesn't know what hit him.
These teams are entertaining, are they not? The show continues.
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Let's talk Orioles, a powerhouse and getting better.
They have a lot of young players, and you know they're going to take another step.
High, deep, way out of here. That ball was barbecue.
Leave Leave it up to the kid to do something special.
These guys are superstar players.
Talk about smacking the opponent in the mouth from pitch one.
That's the day in, day out, and finding a way to win.
They've done an incredible job of bringing up this homegrown talent.
Take a bow, young man. The good vibes are back in Baltimore.
Is presented by the OC Healthcare Agency. Navigate to a healthier you at angels.ocnavigator.org. Blue Jays take the series, winning the first two in walk-off fashion. Angels will try to salvage a game in this three-game series before they head back to the West Coast. One final homestand before the All-Star break. But cool moment here today, Gooby. Chad Stevens collecting his first career Major League hit off of, oh, well, this was earlier in the game, a nice play.
Oh, man, he showed some pretty good range there. He's been really solid. I mean, he's been working hard with Ryan Goins as far as fielding that second base position. Great angle going back on that, be able to deal with the sun a little bit, but turned his body to make a nice play on that pop-up. You can see Joe Adell saying, nice job. But then
just warmed him up for this.
Just getting your first Major League hit against Max Scherzer. Are you kidding me? That way you keep that baseball. Hey, you might want to bring that in tomorrow and say, hey, Max, can you sign that for me? You're a future Hall of Famer. The smile on his face, that was great to see for Chad Stevens. What a job that was to be able to get that baseball, get it certified, and say, I got my first Major League hit against Max Scherzer. Max, he didn't miss it by that much.
He is the first Angels player and the 10th Major Leaguer to have their first career hit come against Max Scherzer. I sure hope that they send that ball over to the Jays clubhouse to get
Max is one of those guys, he would do that in a second. Yeah, I mean, I would do that in a second.
Do you think he would sign it in blue ink and in black ink? Yeah. Just for good measure because of the eye color?
That would be perfect. Go Max in one way and then Scherzer the other way. That'd be perfect.
Just half of the, like, hey, congrats, kid, and then the signature in blue. I don't know. Very cool either way. And I know that his parents were here in Toronto to be able to witness it, too. So congratulations to him. More on that to come tomorrow. All right, let's head back inside the Angels clubhouse to hear some post-game thoughts from interim manager Ray Montgomery on tonight's loss.
Yeah, it's becoming, you know, a bit of a familiar thing. We're putting guys on base and we're giving ourselves so many chances. We're not coming up with the big hit when we need it. You know, to load the bases twice like that and only come away with two is kind of a little disappointing. We had Max on the ropes there.
You guys had trouble kind of fielding bugs. Was that just a play split, or what happened on that play there?
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Zeph about it. I know Gogo was talking to Louis beforehand, like, to make sure you read the ball down, go get it, get the out. So maybe he just thought there was closer to Zeph. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him about it.
Were you surprised that they were able to throw out Trout at home on that?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, we recognize, obviously, how good, you know, Barger's arm is. I mean, we're going to do that every time, twice on Sunday. And it was bang, bang, play, it had to be perfect. And then the next time we did it, obviously, you know, complete, safe on that one. So, got to tip your cap to him as begrudgingly as I want to do that.
And Kochanowicz, what'd you think of him today?
Good bounce back. Yeah, and I say that in the idea, too, in the game. He made a nice in-game adjustment and really found his groove in that third, fourth, fifth inning. And, you know, made a mistake to George. Obviously, he wants that one back. But I thought he did a nice job.
Cool moment for Stevens to get his first in pitch against Scherzer.
Yeah, that's cool. That one he'll remember forever. We all remember our first one. So kind of an exciting moment there. You know, I know he was excited. And, you know, he's done a nice job since he's been here.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks.
All right, good, but let's take a look at tomorrow's starting probables. Tough customer and Kevin Gausman, but Tyler Anderson coming off a good bounce back.
Yeah, going to his 4 straight starters. He's Scherzer, then Gausman, then, you know, DeGrom, and then Evaldi coming up for, you know, for the Halos again. Tyler Anderson threw the ball exceptionally well that last time out. I expect him to throw the ball well tomorrow, especially that off-speed pitch. That changes your play. Sometimes with that sunny afternoon like we're going to have at that 1:30 start tomorrow, that changeup could really play. I think with the amount of fans they have in the stands and that background, the batter's eye is pretty good here, but also I think has a chance from the left side, left-hand pitcher with that changeup being very effective.
Yeah, I was going to say, how does that play against his changeup? And I know a lot of the game is using a fastball off of that, but against that Blue Jays lineup and how they swing the bat.
Yeah, because they can hit fastballs extremely well, and Gausman with his splitter, you're going to have to make sure that splitter, if it starts in the knees, you got to let it go, because that's a very effective pitch. He gets a lot of strikeouts and gets some ground balls with it. He shows the one fastball, the four-seam fastball. It's pretty firm, but that splitter is his pitch he goes to.
You ready to get out of here?
Yes.
They're about to walk us off to get us out of here.
Move. We got to get back and get the stadium ready for tomorrow.
Probably. All right, thanks for joining us for this post-game edition of Angels Live. Tough couple nights for the Halos, but they'll look to bounce back before we head back home. That one final homestand before the All-Star break. For Mark Gubiza, I'm Erica Weston. Thanks for spending part of your holiday weekend with us here from the Rogers Center in Toronto. Let's see what we've got in store for that flight back home. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We'll see you Sunday morning from the Rogers Center.